This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Haslet City Council meeting on this Monday, January 12th, 2026 at 7 p.m. There is a quorum present. If you bow your heads, I'll offer an invocation, then stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Almighty Father. We enter your gates with thanksgiving and your courts with praise. We do give you thanks and praise your holy name, and thank you for all the many blessings you've bestowed upon us. We ask that you watch over and guide us all in our different levels of responsibility throughout the nation, the state, our county, and our city. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have no proclamations this time, so we'll go to item 4, citizen participation and comments. Do we have any speakers?
We have speakers in person, and we received emails as well.
All right. To be read or speak at this time, or any on an agenda item?
We have speakers for public comment, and we have specific agenda items as well.
All right. Who's our first speaker, or do we have a speaker at this time?
We do, yes. Carol Clark.
Ms. Clark?
My name is Carol Clark, 117 Schreiber Drive. Greetings, Haslet City Council members and mayor. Reference SR 26015. The mayor wants to contract out for a salary and benefits survey at a cost of $15,000 to $25,000. Please vote no on SR 2615 and use the existing survey that the Haslet City employees prepared. Reference the mayor's second request for reconsideration of the expansion of 156. Please vote no, and please press on with the expansion of 156, i.e. 4-lane divided highway with turning lanes. And please stop the mayor from adding this to future agendas. He's wasting everyone's time and energy, and he's trying to undermine your authority. Regarding SR 26023, please vote no to the reconsideration of the mayor's censure. It's clearly obvious that the mayor takes no responsibility for his actions. His agenda item attempts to blame everyone but himself. Furthermore, your proposed agenda items were emailed not only to the mayor, but to Haslet City employees as well, which clearly indicates that they are powerless to act on their own volition. As a bystander, it appears that the mayor consistently tries to undermine the role and authority of the Haslet City Council. This is illustrated by him refusing to allow the City Council to review and to modify the agenda before it's published. Although the mayor often talks about the need for a collaborative effort between council and himself, he consistently does the opposite. He lectures, he interrupts, and he mentions the Robert's Rules of Order when it's convenient for him. However, he consistently violates those rules at every meeting. Furthermore, it appears that the mayor picks and chooses what items he wants to officially bring before council for review, discussion, and approval. For instance, he brings his need for a contractor-supplied salary and benefits survey. However, he does not bring his need to hire a personal legislative and communications assistant. Nor does he bring his need to put on hold the small bridge and expansion of Avondale-Haslet Road before it. Also, he doesn't bring the need to procure a design for a large bridge on Avondale-Haslet Road before it. And lastly, he doesn't bring his need to acquire a grant from the state of Texas for funding his large bridge before it. Via documents obtained through the open documents request process, it appears that the mayor hired a personal legislative and communications assistant using the City Council approved budget line item entitled Executive Assistant to hire this person. I found no record where the mayor brought the need for a personal legislative and communications assistant before City Council for prior approval before hiring her. It also doesn't appear that the mayor got approval, prior approval from City Council to divert the funds that were approved, earmarked, and intended for hiring an administrative assistant to use instead to hire a personal legislative and communications assistant. It also appears that the City Council approved budget line item entitled Haslet Parkway Construction Engineering was used to pay for the mayor's large bridge initial design for Avondale Haslet Road and probably all the subsequent iterations to it and any other incidental costs associated with it. I found no official record where this large bridge design was ever brought before the City Council for prior approval, nor could I find where the diversion of these funds for their intended purpose, the Haslet Parkway Construction Engineering, was ever approved by City Council. I also believe these examples may be considered misappropriation of government funds. Misappropriation of government funds is defined as the illegal or unauthorized use of public money or resources by a government official or employee for personal gain or purposes other than those intended. The key words are purposes other than those intended. These examples illustrate how the mayor undermines the role and the authority of the elected City Council. He operates like a lone wolf, believing he has the power to spend our tax dollars on whatever he wants and whenever he wants to spend them. By putting a bridge that was fully funded and almost ready to go on hold, and embarking on a considerably costlier large bridge that's 3+ years out before building even starts, clearly demonstrates that his interests are not aligned with the citizens of Haslet. He's oblivious to the traffic and train nightmares our citizens and the citizens of adjoining communities are facing every day. He clearly doesn't care, or he wouldn't think that waiting 3 years to just start building this bridge was an acceptable alternative. And he doesn't care about the vicarious situation he's putting the city of Haslet in financially for years to come. As such, I'm asking you, Mayor Gary Halsey, to resign immediately. If you choose to not do so, then I'm asking that this City Council remove you for cause. A third alternative is a recall election, and I feel strongly I can get the support. You are doing a major disservice to us residents of Haslet, and it needs to stop now. Thank you, Haslet City Council members, for your continued service and time.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do. Ms. Kitty Wirtz.
Ms. Kitty Wirtz.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Kitty Wirtz, and I'm at 205 Thistle Drive, Haslet, Texas. I personally want to say I appreciate the work the City Council is doing to move the city ahead and solve problems for Haslet with the road construction and improving our traffic issues. We have had more meaningful discussions in the last few months than we've had in the past 2 years. I want to contrast the two bridges, the small bridge versus the large bridge, to show the differences to the public. The small bridge is almost fully funded. It spans from John Dade Road to 156, where the heart of the commercial activity resides. It can be built in the same footprint as the large bridge, resolving the railroad right-of-way issues. The life cycle maintenance is more manageable. The work on building the bridge can start in half the time of the large bridge and can be open in 2 years versus 5 years. It does not cut off Schoolhouse Road, where many Haslet businesses already reside. It does not impact other road expansion projects like FM 156, should TxDOT decide to move up the schedule. In contrast, the large bridge, it's not funded. Funds are dependent on the state grant at 25 to 30% of more of the state's entire budget. Our chances of an award are slim. Spans John Day Road to over Schoolhouse Road with no on or off ramps to Schoolhouse Road. It provides an impediment to commercial development along Schoolhouse Road, and the mayor stated, Schoolhouse Road is a secondary road to Haslet. In the HEDC meeting on January the 8th, this is the only open volume of land Haslet has available for future commercial development, the land next to Schoolhouse Road between FM 156. Large bridge will take 3 years to design and 2 years to build. Haslet cannot wait 5 years to improve traffic throughput. This is not an acceptable solution. The lengthy build timeframe will further adversely impact commuters and the other road expansion projects that must tie in to widening FM 156. All other projects and road updates will be delayed because of this project. It will become a long pole in the tent of all road projects Haslet has to deal with. The large bridge has the potential to adversely impact Haslet's budget for years to come and overrun costs that Haslet must pay, according to the grant criteria, and lost future economic activity. The large bridge will harm Haslet's economic growth and make the city remain stagnant to economic activity and desirability of new business until the construction is complete. The large bridge is uncharacteristic of the Haslet small town charm, which the mayor has always touted. The mayor was not transparent in his actions with the design of this bridge and only brought it forward to the public in the last few months. It was such a good idea. Why did the mayor do this work in secret from the rest of the boards and city council? He has spent $50,000 for the conceptual drawings and $15,000 for an application of the grant. If Haslet is not awarded the grant, Haslet has lost a great deal of money by these actions. Also, 9.G, the item on a salary and benefits survey, I am not in favor of that. We already have information in-house. If the mayor does not feel it is adequate, then I think he should assign a senior level employee that he can trust to do a validation and take the project on and complete it at a much more reasonable cost. 9.H, the item of $1.5 million budgeted monies regarding staff benefits and salaries. Of course, the budget needs to be corrected because that's not the amount the city will spend. So I'm sure City Council will handle that accordingly. 9.J, reconsideration for repealing Resolution 012-022. Please do not reconsider this item. The mayor didn't bring forth any additional information, and this item was already voted on in the December 15th meeting. Do not reconsider this item, please. Reconsideration of a Resolution 013-025. Again, please do not reconsider this item. This was settled in the December 19th meeting. And again, the mayor brought forth no additional information. This is a complete waste of City Council's time for these items to be brought forward again when we have so much other work to do to complete. Furthermore, the mayor is responsible for his own actions, and the censor clearly showed his violation of government code and the responsibility that he did not meet. Again, I appreciate our elected city council members, and I encourage you, keep asking those tough questions and demanding answers from internal and external sources, all key players involved in the issues that we're faced with. Thank you, and a good job you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Wertz. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do. Miss Joette Keene.
Ms. Keene.
Hello, Council. Joette Keene, 1410 Poppy Drive, Haslet, Texas. I wasn't actually planning on speaking again tonight. Someone informed me that by coming and talking to you and expressing my opinions, I look foolish. If that's the price I pay for bringing what I believe are facts to you, then I guess I have to do what's on my conscience, so here I am. I just have to say I'm really baffled and disappointed that this community and this council doesn't see the benefit, regardless of how it came about. When that short bridge was proposed, it was going to be a solution across the railroad tracks. And when the design of it came about, I believe there was concern with that design. And I think, being an engineer, more than likely the mayor thought maybe there was another way. I don't know the genesis of all of it, but I'm supposing that's probably what took place. And here we are today. Texas legislature put this forward that there would be money to address going over railroad tracks. Why not look at the opportunity to create a forward-thinking, long-term solution to a traffic problem that has plagued us for years? I've heard the arguments: lost revenue, the opportunity for Schoolhouse Road being developed. Well, I've been here since 2013. Some people have been here much longer than me, others shorter time. What's been done for commerce in that land to date under other mayors? So what's the story? Seems like a weak argument that developing something is actually going to make that worse. My logic tells me people may actually want to shop around Haslet if they can get on and off of a road without backup. So investors may actually show an interest in if Haslet embraces this for the good of improved traffic flow. Otherwise, we move the problem from Westport Parkway even to Haslet Parkway, even with the opportunity to avoid the train tracks. So lost revenue, we don't have any basis to judge that on. It's all supposition, and we don't know that that would be the case. In fact, it may actually improve it by having a better pass-through opportunity. Additional money may be needed. Where was the concern with the committed ad valorem and board money given under the previous mayor for Haslet Parkway initially? It seems like a double standard. Suddenly we're worried about where money is going to come from. Why? And remember how effective this mayor has been in getting industry to contribute to road work. That made sense, to divert traffic out of Old Town. So who's to say we aren't going to have money generated to cover this? Again, supposition. There's no factual basis to say that's not going to happen. 3, timing. Per the TxDOT representative I spoke with the other night, and the engineer, he said the small bridge is going to take several years as well. It's not going to be done like this. It has to have an improved design because it was a problem, and that's going to take time. And then, of course, it's going to be built. Yes, we're going to have pain from traffic as road work is done. I remember when Blue Mound Road was closed for the very, very small change that was made when the Vines was being built. It was painful. But what that proved to me was when the other side of Blue Mound got closed, we had no traffic on Blue Mound East. Why? Because all the traffic is pass-through. So if we have a pass-through solution, we're actually going to have something better in the long run. So timing, it might be worth waiting for something that's a better solution. So the small bridge is going to take several years, and yes, the bigger bridge will take longer, but it will be a much better and forward progressive solution for the region. Not just Haslet, for the region, if you think in bigger terms. I hope council actually gets behind this better solution to give the city and our citizens a real chance to win this grant and have a regional solution that definitely will benefit us. And like I said, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I've seen some things, and there's a few things I want to put on public record. And maybe this is personal. While not named specifically, I assume, since I've been vocal, there was an intent. So I want to be clear. I am no one's crony, nor a minion. Rather, I am a logical and forward thinker who examines facts and makes my own decisions. Period. Do the positions you hold mean anything? If so, I have worked as an executive besides vice presidents in a large corporate environment and reported directly to the CEO in the pharma industry. I've had to use my brain, not my emotions, to make informed decisions by evaluating a position and considering the best solutions. My 40-plus year career in a leadership capacity has demonstrated I can make my own decisions and speak accordingly. If I see something wrong, I have always spoken up. Done by anyone, anywhere. My motto has always been, do the right things for the right reasons. In fact, I recently called out what I saw as a wrong by a friend serving Haslet because my sense of honesty compelled me to do so. So when I speak to you, I do it based on my examination of facts, not on any misperceived opinion you or others may have of my being influenced. Take my words and my opinions as mine from assessing facts. To that point, at the December council meeting, Councilmember Carruthers called me out publicly by name, implying that I had some sort of inside information regarding the short bridge. I assume the implication being that my association with the mayor's wife gave me some privileged information. A blatant, misconstrued accusation, when in fact I learned about it at the same council meeting that you all had the opportunity to hear about it at the November meeting. But clearly you were all not listening. Recently I received an email apology from Mr. Carruthers. However, a public apology seems to have been more fitting since you had no issue doing the implications in public. I am no one's crony or minion, and I certainly have not been provided with privileged information then or ever. You can disagree with my thoughts, with my opinions, and with me presenting my thoughts and those opinions to you. But know they're 100% coming from me and not influenced by any friendship I may have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Do we have any other speakers?
We do, Miss Jennifer Walling.
Mr. Mayor, may I take a second?
Excuse me, no,
Okay.
not during this time. This is for public comments.
Hello. I would just like to come up and address the council first, and Mayor Halsey. First, I would like to say I'm ill-prepared as from what I just read, but I want to thank you all for what you've done for Haslet. I appreciate everything that you've done for Haslet. There's a lot going on that I feel should be addressed when it comes to the disrespect that I always see given, mainly towards when Mayor Holsey is addressing the council, as well as, more importantly, I've noticed from watching all the videos on how you address and you blatantly dismiss Councilmember Morrow. And as a woman myself, that's not right. It's 2026, and guarantee she's done more than you probably ever would in your however old you are. But address her with respect and the respect that she deserves. Other than that, council, thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Excuse me. No, did,
If I could address her, I would. Jennifer Walling, 228 Berry Drive.
Mayor Halsey, can you control the audience, please, sir, so we can keep quorum?
thank you very much. Do we have another speaker?
We have additional speakers in person, but they're on specific items. We have emails that were received ahead of time on specific items, but we do have one email that was received ahead of time on public comments.
Okay, please.
Would you like the public comment email?
Yes.
Okay, it was from Mike Rhodes, 211 Thistle Drive. Unfortunately, I'm writing to express my disappointment in how our city council and leadership continues to create a hostile, disrespectful, and dismissive environment towards our mayor and the citizens of Haslet. We've lived in Haslet almost 17 years and have watched the previous mayor and council create a us versus them environment. When citizens made public comments about various items from high-density development, collusion with developers, or spoke out against a comprehensive development plan and the observed disrespect and disdain towards its citizens observed during council meetings. A new mayor and council was elected to repudiate and to express our community's dissatisfaction with the previous mayor, council member behavior towards our citizenry. We want to change. Once again, the current council has chosen to revert to ignoring the input will of its citizens by recommending a reversal of the previous resolution, ignoring, dismissing the many meetings and input received on the future of FM 156 as if these council representatives know better than what their citizens want. Please stop and remember who you represent. It is us, the taxpayers and citizens, who foot the bill for family insurance, a city administrator that can be controlled by this council. Once again, this council is pushing family insurance benefits that none of us received or currently receive. Why? Yes, I believe every one of you need to grow up or get off of our governing body because your behavior is an embarrassment and does not reflect the values of this community. Rather, it represents rude, disrespectful people trying to implement their own agenda at any cost to its citizens. We demand change.
Do we have another speaker or email to be read? Or will they be on a particular item?
They were on particular items.
All right, when we get to that item, when I call that item, then bring that up at that time, please.
Yes, sir.
Do we have anybody online requesting?
No, sir, we do not.
All right, then. If we would go to item 5, items of community interest. May 2nd, 2026 is the general election. The first day to file an application for a place on the May 2nd, 2026 general election ballot is Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. And that is for Council Member Place 1, Council Member Place 3, and Council Member Place 5 will be on the ballot. Friday, February the 13th, 2026 is the last day to file an application. City holidays. All City of Haslet offices and the Haslet Public Library will be closed Monday, February 16th, 2026 in observance of President's Day. And if we could go to item 6, administrative reports.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move that we go ahead and jump down to item 10, executive session.
Let me ask that we have, do you expect that will take some time? Because we have quite a number of people here that are here on very specific business as that might have to wait down, I don't know, 5 minutes or an hour. I would ask you to reconsider that and to respect their time.
We do have a discussion that we need to have about that particular item 10A.
And we could have that afterwards, could we not?
Well, that would also cause people to sit around. So either way, it's going to cause, it takes time to do all of this, but I'd like to move that up to the top.
So you're making a motion to that?
Yes, sir.
Motion is made to go to executive session now at this time. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? All right, it's unanimous. All right, I call the open session a recess at 7:31. Council will convene the executive session as soon as we assemble in the boardroom.
No.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I reconvene the open session at 8:25 PM. The council is present. And if we could go to agenda item 6, administrative reports. Council, you got any questions on administrative reports?
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I had one, if you would pull up the engineering report. A quick question on clarification of the Arrowhead addition. It says ETJ, but where exactly is that?
Arrowhead Edition is on Blue Mountain Road East.
Blue Mountain Road
and
East, okay.
The, I'm trying to find a landmark that
East,
you
okay.
would reference. East, going
Right,
east, so.
okay.
And the
On the north or
landmark.
south time, or side?
I think it's directly adjacent to the intersection with Intermobile. It's that light industrial
It is.
facility that got recently, yes, that one.
Remember the building that burnt down?
Yes.
They rebuilt that.
Okay,
That's Arrowhead.
gotcha, okay, thank you.
And it is CTJ.
May
Any
I-
other questions?
Yes, may I ask, which report includes that new warehouse is being built out on the freeway? Is that the development report?
New warehouse being built on the freeway.
Keller Hicks and 35? That's in the ETJ?
There's not one being built out there, right?
Okay, the one that we had on a plat hearing a meeting or two ago.
I think
Mr.
you're talking
Schwenke?
about the Ironwood.
Yes, the Ironwood, but that was just a preliminary plat, not a,
Not a development.
Okay, so can we talk about that in the engineering, or can we talk about that now? When can we talk about that?
What's your question about it?
I saw on the EDC meeting that Mr. Schwenke told the EDC council that, or board, that was no longer going to be annexed in to the city. Is that correct? Because they asked the city if they could be guaranteed a certain zoning, and we're not legally able to guarantee that zoning. Is that correct?
yeah, that would be correct. Anytime a piece of property comes into the city, it's automatically zoned as agricultural.
Okay.
And then, after it's annexed, it goes through public hearings. And then it's up to the city council ultimately if it's approved for, whatever the zoning request is. And that's something that the staff could not guarantee.
Yes. But is that, and I think if I remember correctly, you told the EDC at that point that that's why they pulled out of being annexed into the city. Is that correct?
They decided not to at that time, yes.
Okay. But you also told the EDC that it's going to be built either way, whether it's annexed or not. Is that correct?
That's the plan. If they pull out of the ETJ, they plan on building the building. And if they remain in our ETJ, they still plan on building the building. So it'll be built either way.
Okay. And so if it stays in the ETJ and not annexed in, do we still get the benefit of them rerouting Harmon Road and that intersection that they had talked about in that plat hearing?
I don't
No.
know at this point.
That if they stay in the ETJ, no, they would not do that.
Okay, so if we have a building that's going to get built either way, and if it stays in the ETJ and we get no benefit from it, but we're still going to have any traffic that it might generate, wouldn't it behoove us as a city to try to do everything we could? And I realize we can't guarantee, but at least try to do everything we could to try to meet any requests they have.
So let me interject here. This item will be coming up on on a future agenda item
Okay.
very soon. Either-
Not tonight, you mean?
Not tonight.
Okay.
It's not on here tonight. So you're getting into area that's off topic here, off this agenda.
Well, it's in the report, so that's why I'm
It just
asking.
mentions that it's there, but to talk specifically about that development and agreement terms and things of that nature, what would be built and not built is not part of the engineering report.
Okay. I'm just concerned that it's going to get built and we're not going to get the benefit of it.
Well, that
because we're
will
not
be
able to.
addressed in the very near future with council.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Swinky. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions? On agenda item reports.
Mayor Halsey, I just had, as a follow-up on the CIAC Board Commission.
Right.
Is there any update on that, on filling those positions?
We, yes, and we have not gotten their application filled out, but not all of the positions have been filled. If you have any realtors or developer folks, realtors, developers is what we're looking for.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, one more question. It said on the finance report, not available at the time of posting. Have we had that become available since the posting?
No, sir. With the way the month ran, I didn't have final information yet from the county on all the property tax and distribution of that, and so we're still putting the reports together.
Okay, so at our next council meeting, we'll have this report and that report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Could I have a motion? Well, we don't need a motion. I just want to address any questions that you may have. All right, item 7, updates on active items, projects, event recaps, the fire station expansion, and public work buildings. Mr. Tucker?
Mayor and council, have a very brief update on these items. As far as the fire station expansion project status, they have currently completed the retaining wall and most of the public improvements in the state right-of-way. They are be over the next 4 weeks working on the some underground electric, the parking lot improvements, and they should have a steel framing inspection coming up on the 16th with the structural engineer. They finished the roof line and they're working on the connection to the existing building. That's really all that's going on. Right there is progress, but nothing more exciting than you see. As far as the item, the Public Works building status, that's currently with engineering. They're working on a site plan, grading, utility, and layout for that. And that's where that is at the moment.
Do you have any kind of timeline on the Public Works building?
I do not at this point.
Okay. I just know that it's very important because it will allow us to not spend money on rent, for example, in office space that we're renting right now, and storage and all the things. So I'm trying to put a little light on it. Thank you.
I think I asked this at the last meeting. Do we have a new time frame on the fire station? I know it was supposed to be ready in December, and that all got pushed back. I think I asked you before, but can you clarify again?
The contractor's latest projection is May. It has drug on. They are reporting 34 days impacted by weather, but due to some other items too, that's their current projection is May.
Wow.
All right then, very good. Last item is the off-system grade separation grant application. We got a,
Is the screen behind us able to work, or is it?
It is not. It is down right now.
Okay.
That screen isn't working.
It's been down all night.
do you have that PowerPoint?
Yes.
Again, that's the bridge over the tracks, 156 and Schoolhouse Road. The application is the deadline date for submission is next Monday, January the 19th, and it's going well. And we've gotten a lot of letters of support from elected officials throughout North Texas, and as well as industry. So, any questions on that?
Mayor Coles, I have a question for you, sir. In regards to this grant, considering, the House bill approved $250 million for the entire state to help all the small cities, and the fact that we're requesting a third of those funds, give or take, one stipulation of that agreement is that the city is required for a 10% put into this. So do you have any of the county or state partners that are willing to fund the $8 million that the city of Haslet is on the hook for this grant to even be approved?
It's not the city that is, it's just called, it's called local funds, but it's funds other than state money. And that's already been acquired.
Oh, right, who's gonna cover the $8 million?
The Regional Transportation Commission has committed to that.
NCT COG is gonna cover the entire $8 million?
Yes.
And any other existing costs that come with that? Do they have that in writing for us, sir? By any chance?
Yes.
Oh, why didn't you present that to the council and let us know who's going to be carrying that cost? That's a key figure of
Because that is not appropriate at
that.
this time to present all of that.
Well, sir, if the city's
This is
gonna-
part of the application, Mr. Watkins.
I mean, I understand the chances of us getting this application is very slim. And the fact that you turned down $16 million for a bridge that's sitting there, that's been done 4 years ago. And the fact that, honestly, your saving grace is this state bill just happened last year. So you've been blocking this bridge for 4 years. So what's your excuse for the 4-year blockage? Because you just now have an out. Until now, you didn't have an out. So the people of Haslet are sitting here on 156. They're sitting on West Park. They're sitting on Blue Mountain. They're sitting on all these roads, taking 45 minutes to go 2 miles, sir, because you are hoping to get some big, beautiful bridge that the city can't afford?
Well,
I
Thank you,
mean,
Mr.
off state
Watt.
money that's going to take money from other small municipalities. Because you understand, the purpose of this state bill was to help small municipalities that don't have the financial means to put roads and bridges and such within their own communities. So isn't it very selfish of you to request a third of that for the entire state of Texas to just our city alone? I mean, just selfish standpoint, but is it fair to our citizens to block them for something that may or may not happen? I'm just curious, sir, because you don't give the council any kind of information for this. Anytime that something along these bridges come along, either we have to find the information ourselves, or you graciously give us your version of it whenever it deems you fit. So for the rest of the world that lives in this city that would like to know what's going on, because if you haven't noticed, sir, the council meetings are getting more and more people are showing up, sir. From when I first got elected to now, more and more people care about our roads. Our roads are terrible. They're atrocious. It's beyond reproach for how this city's been ran, sir. So, I mean, can you please give us something besides a pipe dream of a big, beautiful bridge that you just recently got an out for, but up until then, NCT-COG, TxDOT, and the other partners, they're going to play the political route, and they're going to back you because you have a pending application. But let me ask you this, sir. If this application gets denied, that's my big concern. When this application gets denied, in my future guessing, that is, of course, sir, I'm just a novice of this. I'm not a politician. I work in business in reality. So when this gets denied, because the factors don't lie there, are you going to accept the small bridge and do what should have been done 4 years ago? And if you started it 4 years ago, it would have already probably been done by now, and none of this traffic would be flowing? So are you going to commit to the citizens of our city that if you do not get this grant tonight, sir, you are vowing on record between all these beautiful people here that you are going to accept the small bridge and run with that? That's only $16 million and already been funded and already 60% designed, and so many factors that would move it along so much quicker that our citizens would truly appreciate. You know, I don't think they really give two craps about most of the things going on other than their roads not working and it taking forever to get their kids anywhere, or the fact that if your kids don't ride a bus and there's a train and you're late to school, your kid gets a tardy, and it's not the school's fault or the city's fault, it's the parents' fault. So, yes, sir, I would like to speak for our families and our children and our citizens and know how this is going to be handled, because you've been denying, declaiming, hiding everything from the citizens for many, many years now, and without our own clawing information out of you and open records requests and anything else, we don't get any information, sir. So for the citizens tonight that are watching on this, because I'm sure there's a few online as well, that would really like to know how you're going to make our roads move quicker, sir. It'd be great. Like, we would love it, especially if you would take a result that's already sufficient and funded and available and approved, and not something that's teed off all of our big regional partners and big budgets that can help us. So I'm just curious, sir. Do you have anything to say to the citizens of our community? So if we don't get this bid, are we going to get the small bridge?
Are you done? Do you go back home and watch this YouTube and listen to yourself? You like to hear yourself talk? Very good.
Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me. I've got the floor now. Thank you very much. I don't know where you're getting your information from. The small bridge was not ready 4 years ago. In fact, it's been in design for 4 years. 3 months ago, approximately 3 months ago, it was submitted to Burlington Northern for review, and it was denied because the support columns, the engineering group that was handling that, had the support columns in the middle of the BNSF right-of-way. And so it can't be built. In fact, TxDOT came, and I've told the council this before, please note, TxDOT, we had a meeting, the TxDOT leadership of Fort Worth District stated that they did not want to work on that bridge design anymore, that they, knowing that we were submitting for this grant, for this larger bridge, and Mr. Anderson was there, and that they wanted to wait and to see if we got this grant. And then, if we didn't get the grant, they would go back to work and to see, they don't know if they can technically resolve the small bridge design. They just don't know. So their stance is they would actually probably prefer to see this large bridge. It addresses all those technical problems. So, excuse me.
Are they going to pay for it?
Excuse me. Is that
No, they're not. You're right.
TxDOT doesn't pay for it. The state of Texas does. And we are very optimistic that we can. There's no promises, but we're very optimistic that we'll get this grant.
Mr. Mayor.
So can you answer my question initially, sir? So if we don't get the grant, what are you going to do about the bridges? Are you going to accept the smaller bridge and push it through?
Is if we don't get the large bridge, then TxDOT will have to address the small bridge design and see if they can resolve the technical issues with it.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
First off, Mr. Datamex, my microphone's not muted, is that right? Okay. Because
You got the green light is on.
well, my green light was on in the podium at the EDC meeting last week, and somehow, curiously, I'm the only speaker that you couldn't hear online.
I don't know, and Datamax was consulted on that as to what may have happened.
Miss Joette, I did want to apologize. I did send you the email, and I can admit when I'm wrong. I did miss that the mayor said something about the columns in that meeting, and I apologize for pulling you in on that. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Mayor, to piggyback on what Mr. Watkins said, that is what I actually said in the EDC meeting, is that there are a lot of people that are very concerned about the bridge, that they want to get it done as quickly as possible. I brought up at the EDC meeting that there are 800 kids that go to Haslet Elementary. There are 1,500 kids that go to Worthington Middle. There are people who live on the west side of the tracks, and all I ever hear mostly is, well, this is just to get the traffic through Haslet that doesn't have anything to do with Haslet, but it does. Because the people who drive on this bridge, yes, a lot of them are trying to get through, but a lot of them are parents that are trying to get their kids to school. And my daughter, who goes to Eaton High School, is also affected. In the entire fall, she rides the bus every day. In the entire fall this last year, she was on time to school 5 times in the entire semester because of how bad the traffic is.
Well, it is
and I
bad.
saw,
And nothing has been addressed
Excuse me,
on
please let
any
him
of
finish.
this
Excuse me, sir.
until the mayor
Can he finish
took
speaking, sir?
office.
Excuse me,
And
sir.
this will be.
Sir, call the order. Can you finish speaking? Call the order. Can you finish speaking? Call the order. Can we finish
Mr.
speaking?
Watkins, you're out of order. You don't run this meeting.
He is talking.
You don't run this meeting, Mr. Watkins.
Excuse me,
And,
sir.
excuse me, but I understand, but I never said it was just about people outside of this city. It's for everybody, but for us in Haslet, Texas, to solve some of these problems, most of them, we have to consider the regional cut-through traffic. That is a major difficulty that we have. The folks outside on the east and west city limits of our city limits have no choice but to go through Haslet. Or they can go around the long way.
Excuse me, sir, I was not done speaking.
And please go ahead.
Thank you. So I also know that in 2021, there was a press release by multiple public officials
Yes.
that talked about the small bridge. And they were excited about the possibilities. They had the big meeting. They were ready to build the bridge. We could already have the bridges there. And I did agree with you in the EDC meeting. You talked about all the economic benefits of the big bridge. And I said in the EDC meeting, those economic benefits would already be in place with the small bridge and the Haslet Parkway being built. And I also would have to say that it's very disrespectful from you that when I came back up to the podium, you put your hand up to me like this. And then a minute ago, you did the same thing to Mr. Watkins. That's incredibly disrespectful. We are all elected officials. We are all adults. And when you put your hand up to us like that, that's incredibly disrespectful. And I would ask you to refrain from that in the future. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you.
Mayor, we do have comments.
On this item, on the update?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good, thank you.
No.
So we have 2 in-person comments. So we have Eric Gomez.
Good evening. My name is Eric Gomez. My wife and I are.
Can you list your address, please, for the
Oh, I'm sorry
record?
about
Yeah,
that.
list your name and address, please.
Okay, name it. Eric Gomez, 610 Golden Crest, Haslet, Texas. As of February 1st. And I'm thinking I made the worst decision of my life picking Haslet to move to. My wife and I have just recently found out about all of the issues with traffic. We experienced it one day, only to join the Facebook groups and to watch the previous sessions and to see disunity, the dysfunction, just to be able to make a decision to move forward, what's best for the community. We have kids that are adults. We have our first grandchild. And how I wanted to bring my concern to you is more safety, not preference, not anything of the sorts of what's best for revenue, but what's responsible. The biggest thing that I would like to address is if something was to happen medically, if something was a medical emergency and my grandchild needed, and we're hoping, we bought this home to downsize. We've been in Keller for 20 years. We came here for a little bit of a quieter pace to be able to have time with their grandchild where they live in Justin, 15 minutes away from them when we don't catch the train. And so we're excited to be able to do that. We're gonna be watching our grandchild. We wanna make sure that medical services can get to us, that we can get across the tracks if needed to be able to get to an emergency service. I thought that I was coming up to make a plea to the council, but Mayor, I think I'm talking to you. I think that whatever this option is for this big bridge is, and I don't know all of it. I do not know all of the details. I don't have the historic knowledge of that. I don't have the equity and time to be able to make a case on big versus small. But a bridge is necessary, and a quick response is what's required. I'm hoping that I'm choosing right. If I pull out now, I've already talked to a real estate attorney. I don't want to have to go down that route. I don't want to have to lose out on thousands upon thousands of dollars if I make this decision to pull out. You're impacting my family's legacy, our ability to be able to make a decision on where we're going to live. This isn't just about a bridge and revenue. So you have people that are making lifetime decisions. We want to be here. We would love to be in Haslet. We love the people we've met on Facebook. We have loved Carlos and Carlos back over here. If you don't know them, you need to get to know them. They're fantastic. I really hope that you guys make a decision, which is the right decision, to build a bridge. I can't live with myself if something happens to my granddaughter and I moved us to Haslet. I wouldn't be able to live myself. Would you? Could you live with it, knowing that it was your indecisiveness or your decision to not build a bridge and it cost someone's life? That's something to consider. So I ask that you prayerfully consider it. And I believe we're all prayerful because we said a prayer at the beginning of this thing. I saw you all nod your heads. So do what's right. As a professional, see the dignity, guys. See the dignity in each other. You're right, Chris. Putting hands up to us, we're not going to get anywhere. And I pray that we can make a decision. Let's get a bridge. Let's build it quick. Let's take away this concern and this anxiety that I have as a future homeowner here. And please don't make this the biggest regret of my life. Thank you.
Since you mentioned, and welcome to Haslet, with regard to emergency services, we have a mutual aid agreement with the city of Fort Worth, and they have a fire station virtually at each corner of the city, and that is why we did that several years ago, is because of the congestion and the lack of response at times because of the train traffic. So you will, both ambulance and or fire will come from Fort Worth or Haslet, and it's quick. So you can have assurance in that. Our next speaker.
Carlos Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor Holsey, and good evening, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the project of the construction of the Big Bill. And I hope everybody can hear me, and thank you for those of you that are online joining us tonight. So My life changed recently.
Can you list your name and address for the
I'm
record,
sorry
please? Thank
for
you.
that. So my name is Carlos Rodriguez. I live at 503 Windchase Drive in Haslet. I'm part of the Creekside at Latera community. And we also share that area where I live with a bigger community called Latera. My development is 72 homes. Latera has around 256 homes. I moved here back a year and a half ago. And when I made the decision to buy my home, I was told that there were plans to build a bridge to address the trains or the railroad tracks. And after I moved in and I started getting involved with our city council meetings and meeting a lot of folks near my home, you know, I've learned that there's like another project regarding the construction of a big bridge. My main concern is the timeline for this big bridge construction. I don't have anything against with building a big bridge, but we have a serious traffic situation here. And I've been dealing with getting stuck on traffic, getting to work super late because of the train, which I know is out of your control. But I think we need a solution to address the traffic conditions that we have now. That solution can just be extending Haslet Parkway temporarily to connect to Schoolhouse Road to give some people the option to take that route until we build the bridge. Now, I'm concerned with the construction of the big bridge because that's going to extend the timeline to build that bridge. I can't deal with 5 or more years of construction work. And our community has a deficiency. We have 2 exits that take us through Avondale Haslet Road. We don't have any other way to get out of our part of the city. So that's one concern. I'm also concerned with the, and I'm sorry, I just had an MRI and I'm a little bit nervous. And I'll explain a little bit more about that. I'm concerned with the discussions with funding. I know every project, I'm a federal government employee, and I know every project, they estimate a certain amount for the project, and it always goes beyond what is expected or suggested. So I'm concerned that my property taxes are going to increase due to that. And I know that you've said, Mayor, that there's funding and there's parties that are willing to pay for those additional costs. But what if they change their mind? Then we're going to get stuck with that bill, and I'm very concerned about that. Also, I'm concerned with the emergency medical response teams that address our areas, and I'll explain a little story. I'm 50 years old. Last October, I suffered a seizure at work, and I had to be rushed to the hospital. And I'm going through a lot of medical appointments, and I'm scared that I'm going to have a panic attack, and that'll lead to a seizure, and I'm going to need to be rushed to the hospital. With the current traffic condition, I know that special emergency response teams can go on the opposite direction and, you know, cut through the traffic, but that could mean a lengthier ride to the hospital. I have neighbors on my block that have heart conditions, and 1 second can result in that person passing away, and I don't want to deal with that. I know that the small bridge is going to have a 2-year or something around that time frame that we're going to have to deal with construction and road work, but I'm afraid that the larger bridge is going to extend this further, and we're going to run into a lot of issues. I know for some of you, you might work in the city, and your commute might be, you know, 2 or 3 minutes. For a lot of us, we work in downtown Dallas, Las Colinas, the DFW airport, and our commute is really long. So coming home or even getting out of our city, running into that traffic is extremely aggravating. The other thing that I think that the large bridge will impact is our business growth. When I moved here to Haslet and I drove by to see the area, I saw a picture of our city turning into Oak Street in Roanoke and turning into like a trendy area where people, you know, were encouraged to invest money to buy their homes in this area. So I think with the building of the bridge, I'm the type of person that if I'm on the highway and I need to stop at a store or a restaurant, If getting to that store is a little complicated, which I think it may be, even with additional, exits that we build on this highway, I think people are just focused on getting home, and they're gonna not consider stepping off the bridge and going to these local businesses. I think the area where the big bridge would be built would impact companies from investing in our cities, opening up businesses, expanding what we have now. We have a lot of potential in our little town. We're surrounded by a very important area called the Alliance Airport. This area is the biggest foreign trade zone in the country. We have containers that are arriving on the West Coast, going by rail to Alliance, because that's one of the biggest foreign trade zone areas, and trucking companies picking up those containers and taking them all around, different states. Our area, 35, is connecting Canada and Mexico, where there's a lot of trade going on. So this is an important area, and a lot of people know of us. So I invested money in purchasing a home here. I don't want my taxes to go up. I don't want my property values going down because people are turned off by the traffic situation here. And that's what I want to share with you, and I want you to please take that into consideration because it's really, really important for me and for a lot of my neighbors that live around me, and a lot of people that are sitting here today speaking to you all. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Do we have another speaker?
We have one email that was received. It was Laura Schlotteroff, 1195 Wildston Way. I'm not in favor of the big bridge. It isn't good for my family and me because it won't do us any good before my kids finish middle school. Sorry, let me get a better. The bridge will still be under construction. The bridge isn't good for Haslet. We need relief now. It is too big for our little town and will deter future business and damage current business with no access to Schoolhouse Road. Mayor Halsey, please, listen to the citizens. We do not want this grant.
Do we have anybody online that was on this item? So that's all our speakers for this item? Is this all our speakers?
Yes, it is.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, before we move on, so talking about this bridge, we need a bridge, big, little, medium size. If we can get the grant, Mr. Carlos, and I apologize, I didn't catch the last name, it is fully funded if we get the grant. Now, one of my questions is, the 10% equals, $8 million. And so is the grant application set to request $50 million or $80 million for the bridge?
That request, that final request amount is in calculation, and we'll know that by the end of this week. But
I look at the, okay, simple math, 10%, the matching part for 10% is $8 million. So if you extrapolate that out, that's $80 million. So, if it's not $80 million, do we need to increase or decrease the 10% match? Or will that be adjusted?
That'll be adjusted.
Okay, so before January 19th, will we see, final figures and what's going to be presented in the grant?
No.
Why not?
All
right, this is for our city. Can't the council be informed on what's, this is a huge.
Monday is when the deadline is at 9 p.m. And as having gone through the preliminary application, there are a number of people involved in different aspects of that application. So the 20th, I can report to the council, send you a note as to what is requested from the grant.
Mr. Hort?
Mr. Page, is there anything legally binding that the city council, that's the board of the city, can't see information on a grant application before it's submitted? We're here to run this town. So, why can't we see what's being presented before it's presented? This is where
I'm not withholding, it's just that
You're not wanting to do it.
We know that it will take up to that day and that evening.
Well, Monday, before you submit it, you hit submit, send information to council. So we see it. I mean, I don't want to sit here and get overall. This is what we keep going back to, is things get submitted without council's knowledge. This is a major, you expressed, this is a regional thing. Since I've lived in this city for 20-plus years as you, the whole 170 extension has been talked about almost the whole time. This is the closest we're going to get to a 170 extension, which benefits the region. Now, there's aspects to this, okay, what's it going to do to our commercial nature? But this is, the city is the one presenting this grant. Here again, I think the city council should know what's being presented on the grant. That's what we're here for. This is the same time and time again on things. Inform the city council on what the city is doing. Don't do it in a dang vacuum.
Well,
Mr. Page, can you answer his question that he asked a few minutes ago?
So there'd be nothing that, again, I haven't seen the grant application myself, but there, to my knowledge, there's nothing that would prohibit the mayor from sending that out to you. Just keep in mind, though, that that would not be an opportunity for you or the other council members to converse or discuss or deliberate on the application itself. That any sort of deliberation on that application would need to be in an open meeting. So again,
Yeah, sure.
there'd be nothing that, at least to my knowledge, that would prohibit just the dissemination, though, of the materials.
Yeah, I don't think, and let me ask this, Mr. Mayor, Mike Anderson, I mean, did y'all sign non-disclosure agreement with the state, with this grant application where you can't share information?
no, Mr. Anderson is not involved in the submission of it. He is involved in generating data for it.
Okay, I mean, so he's involved. So my question, it's a yes or no question. Did y'all sign?
No, I did not sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, so then it's public. I would think it would be public information since we're asking for public funds, which public funds come from all our tax dollars. That's where this money's coming from. We're essentially paying for this. So I want information on this grant application before the final submission to the state. And if you can email that, work with Jeremy, I want to see a copy of it before it's submitted.
And Mr. Horick, Councilman Horick, at the EDC meeting, the mayor gave more detail than he's given to us tonight about this grant
what
application.
detail? Well, and help me, and I'll divulge what did I say in more detail.
At the EDC meeting, and everybody can go back and watch the video, he said that the bridge application is actually only 50 million, with 30 million for contingencies and overruns. And he said that that he has North Texas Council of Governments committed to paying the 10% of the local match, which he's not said to us anywhere.
Well, we just discussed that. We've already discussed that, Mr. Carruthers.
Well, that was when you and James were yelling at each other, but I'm trying to make sure that he knows the information that, I mean, he did give us more detail at the EDC meeting than he's given
Here
tonight.
again, this is why.
But they had asked a specific question.
Well, that's what Doug's asking now.
He didn't ask about cost
They asked
overruns.
about where's the 10% coming from. I knew the answer. I already knew.
It was RTC.
COGS was going to pay for it because Mr. Dillon provided me that information. I wanted to see if our mayor would share with the council that information.
Well, I did,
And
and
once again,
I've
you
shared
didn't-
it multiple times.
We have to pull it out of you to get the information.
You didn't have to pull it.
Yeah, we did. We had to ask for it, specifically ask for it. And then you were still pretty, you beat around the bush to provide the answer. It's a simple answer. Where did the 10% matching fund come from? North Texas Central Council of Governments is providing the $8 million. Pretty simple answer. That's all that was needed.
I believe that's what I said.
I don't think so. We'll go back and watch the video. I don't think so. But in the meantime, I would like, before this is submitted on Monday, we need to be emailed information on this grant application.
We'll do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you have any other readings for, on this item?
No, sir.
Very good. Well, let's go to the consent agenda. Council, you have the consent agenda in front of you, which is approval of the December 1, 2025 special council meeting minutes, December 15, 2025 regular city council meeting minutes, and December 19, 2025 special city council meeting minutes.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Motion is made to accept the consent agenda as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Hey, Mayor, before we move on, I'd like to back up to item 7 if we can. I'm sorry, I missed comments here. As far as event recaps, I do want to give a shout out to, once again, our Public Works Department, all the departments for the Christmas in the Park. It's the largest event that the city puts on. If you look at from the time we do the celebration in the park to the time they turn the lights off just a few days ago, if you look at the number of people that go through that park and look at the lights, it's incredible. The traffic down there, day in and day out, even after Christmas, large in part due to the weather, and that's fine, kids are running all over. And that's what Christmas in the park's all about. And this may be totally against, this may be a conflict of interest, but I'm going to give a shout out to my wife, Dana Horak, for spending countless hours working on the decorations that Mr. Tucker would have delivered to our house. Almost to the point of getting carpal tunnel syndrome in her hands from zip tying literally tens of thousands of little white zip ties. And thanks to her, we have the most decorations in the park this time around. So thank you very much.
Good. Very good. Very good. And yes, they do an excellent job. All right, we go to public hearings, ordinances, resolution, and actions items, section 9. 9A is discuss, consider, and act on to consider recommendations from the library board to appoint applicants to serve on the library board. And we have, there were, as I believe, 4 to draw from, and 2 were recommended by the board. And you have that printout in front of you. We have a Deborah Doyen for place 8, alternate 1, and John Hayland, place 9, alternate 2, is recommended to you by the library board.
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the 2 library board members as presented, or as recommended.
All right. The motion's been made to approve the recommendations made, which is Deborah Doyen, and for alternate 1, place 8, alternate 1, and Mr. John Hayland for place 9, alternate 2. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second that.
There's a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Nine B, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act regarding the approval of an amended site plan and landscape plan for 405 Westport Parkway. Mr. Swanky.
Mayor Halsey and members of the council, this is an amended site plan. Originally, this building at 405 Westport Parkway was going to be mostly industrial with industrial trucks, and most of all the back of the building was going to be truck parking. It's going to have about 500 employees, which is quite a significant number more than what it originally was going to have, and more parking for automobiles is being added. And when you do that, there are landscape requirements, and there's going to be some.
Do you have a site plan or something that you?
There should be a site plan that's about, go to the next slide after that one. Go up a little bit, right there. And on the north side of the building, there's a multitude of automobile parking spaces that are being added, and at the end of each row of parking, there's landscape being added. And also where there's just long lengths of parking, there's every 10 spaces, there's also a landscape island being added. Additionally to the site plan, they're adding some sidewalks for ADA compliance coming out of the northwest corner as one of their main entrances into the building, and it's going over to the parking lot. And also on the very far east side, there's a generator pad that's being added to the side, which will be screened. On the south side of the building, there will be a CO2 tank, and there's a significant amount of screening and buffering and fencing that will be used to hide that. And if you could scroll down to a few slides. There's a couple different options, and both options will hide the CO2 tank that they'll be using in their operation. And instead of going vertical, is being placed horizontal. And if you can go down just one more slide, go down a little bit further. There should have been another landscape. Go back up. Up a little bit higher. Okay, there's that one, and there's that one. So there's two different scenarios for the screening of the tank. And the landscape that they're adding is in addition to the existing landscape plan that was approved with the original structure. And what they've done is added more landscaping in the parking area to accommodate the parking and also a screening of the CO2 tank. And the applicant is in the audience tonight.
Mr. Swink, is this the building that's already there?
It already exists. It's
Okay.
a 350,000 square foot building.
It's the one just on the north side, but just the last one on the west end of all the industrial area, right?
It's just as you go over the bridge.
Yeah.
When you leave here, it's on
To the left.
north side
Yep,
of the
okay. So they're just adding more parking, putting in appropriate landscaping, and adding a CO2 tank?
That is correct.
Okay. And there's no, so the CO2 tank is going to be back away from the road?
Yes, it's going to be adjacent to the building.
And there would never be any danger from that CO2 tank to the general public?
I talked with the fire department, the chief, extensively on this, and he thought that it would be, there's only been, I think, one CO2 accident in the United States in the last 30 or 40 years, and so it's relatively safe.
I assume it's a liquid CO2 tank?
I'm going to let the applicant speak to that.
Okay.
But the purpose of this building is to have about 500 employees, and it's going to be for the refurbishing of electronic devices, mostly cell phones. Any other questions?
Did you have any questions for the applicant? If not, we can go into the public hearing.
Just the question he had
Just
about
the one he
liquid.
asked.
Yeah, just that question.
And that's with your concerns about the any hazards associated with the CO2
No, if it was
tank?
liquid.
Or
I'm
whether
assuming it's a liquid CO2.
Is the applicant here? Could you address that?
There is sometimes some concerns when you're transferring liquid gases from the transport vehicle to the tank. That's the only reason I'm asking. I'm not super concerned, just for clarity.
Sure. My name is Joshua Hawkins, 4464 Sigma Road. I'm with Gordon Highlander. I'm the primary project manager for the general contractor that has been hired by CTDI, the owner of the building. To answer your question, yes, it is liquid CO2, which is really what necessitates the putting it where it is. That being said, during the course of this site plan review and study with planning and zoning, that screened area, as well as just screening, will be gated as well. It will be under lock and key. They estimate that they will be having to fill it maybe once a month, during which time they have a security process that they have to follow with security personnel that allows them in access, making sure that everybody is doing things the right way.
Yeah, there's, in a lot of cell phone and electronic manufacturing, CO2 is used.
Absolutely.
Predominantly, and so it's,
I mean, OSHA's got the regulations on how it's handled and transported and mixed, so, I mean, and CTI knows what they're doing. I've dealt directly with CTI, so they know how to operate the plants. I'll tell you, I really don't, the landscaping's great. It looks really good. What's the latest traffic impact analysis for this? Because I'll tell you this, you got 500 people. Okay, this is comparable to Amazon, except this is going to be day in and day out, 365.
Yes, that was a concern of ours from the get-go on this.
If you look at the entrances on this, you got 3 entrances. Everyone dumps out into an opposing turn lane.
Yes, and we've asked the applicants, they're going to do a traffic impact analysis because the improvements would be out on Westport Parkway. They would not be interior, but on the exterior of the road. And we've asked them to do that, and they've agreed that they will do that impact. And if there's improvements that need to be made, then they will take care of that.
Yeah, I mean, we see everybody that lives in Haslet and drives Westport, when you get started into November, and Amazon puts out their cones out here to direct traffic, that's just for roughly a four-week period of time. We're talking every day. And, I mean, we're not going to take away a lane from Westport to direct traffic out of this road. So, I mean, that, to me, the landscaping looks great, but we need to know what the impact, traffic impact is going to be for this.
Yes, sir, and CTDI has been collecting bids. I believe Kimley Horn is leading the charge right now. They will be conducting a traffic impact analysis that will then be reviewed with planning and zoning so that we can make sure that this area does not impact that roadway. Because trust me, I driving just from there to get to this meeting, I understand.
Yeah, no,
So
come down that road at Christmas time.
We are committed to being good neighbors to the city of Haslet, and we'll make sure that we take care of you guys.
Yeah, because that's what I look at here, because you got warehouses right on the south side of the road, and every one of those, well, the 2 main ones on the east and west end marry up with entrances on the building on the south side. So I can see some major conflicts with, the semi-truck traffic trying to turn into the south side of the building with employees trying to exit the north, your north building.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
So one of the good things about what CTDI does, the vast majority of the traffic is going to be personnel vehicles. Their shipments, because they deal in small electronic devices, usually come packed to the gills in 1 or 2 semi-trucks. So the amount of semi-truck traffic that was originally anticipated for this building is going to be drastically reduced. Yeah. The vast majority of the traffic will be just employees entering and exiting the job site.
No, I'm really looking more at the semi-truck traffic coming to the building on the south side.
Oh, I see.
That's going to impact those people trying to leave, this particular facility, and the congestion you're going to cause, on those, the east and west ends of this building here. That's what I see. The landscaping, Morris is great. He knows, what's required, and, CTI in other facilities does a great job. I'm not worried about the landscaping. That's going to be fine. And if not, I'll call Mike Martinez or Roland Lawson and talk to them about it. That's all I've got, but that's my main concern. Landscaping looks fine.
All right, very good. Let's go into the public hearing now, and then we can come out of that and go into discussion, consideration, and act. So at this time, at 9:20 p.m., I would like to, I do open up the public hearing on this item. That is the approval of a amended site plan and landscape plan for 405 Westport Parkway. Does anyone have any comment to make, pro or con, on this project? Is there anybody online?
No, sir.
There is no one online. There's no one in the chambers. I close the public hearing at 9:21 p.m. Item 3, discuss, consider, and act. Council, it's yours.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended site and landscape plan for 405 Westport Parkway.
Motion is made to approve the amended site plan and landscape plan for 405 Westport Parkway. Is there a second?
I second that.
There is a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, council. 9C, discuss, consider, and act regarding the community facilities agreement between the City of Haslet and Hearst Dealership Real Estate LP for the Freeman Toyota of Haslet Edition Lots 1 and 2, Block 1. Mr. Swanky? Or is that Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. You're looking for page 251 over there. Yes, sir. We're gonna be here all night. Just kidding. It's okay. It's all right. So while we get our graphic pulled up, this facilities agreement was prepared to cover the community facilities associated with the Freeman Toyota project, which is located on the I-35 northbound service road. And it's generally just east of the intersection of Harmon Road and Blue Mound Road, where the Harmon Road makes a 90-degree bend. There's not a lot of public facilities associated with these two lots. There's about 1,500 feet of 12-inch water line, about 850 feet of sewer line. You can see the easement shown on the exhibit here, bisecting the two tracks. The water line will be looped, provide capacity for fire protection and their domestic irrigation and car wash that they're going to have out there on this Lot 1, and then provide adequate facilities for the future Lot 2. We do not have a site plan for Lot 2 at this time. This community facilities agreement just covers the statutory requirements for construction of public facilities. It's been through the attorney for review. They are actively on site doing all the earthwork and grading operations for the facilities. Presuming approval of this agreement this evening, we'll have a pre-construction meeting and they'll begin with the rest of the storm drain and underground utilities, followed by the rest of the site work, and go vertical with their facilities. If there's any other questions for myself or Mr. Schwenke on this one?
I assume we have, sorry, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I assume we have adequate infrastructure to add this facility without impacting the rest of our residential and other parts of our city?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the traffic is all, they've got three driveways that they'll be constructing along the service road with a gated emergency access onto Harmon Road.
So this should not increase any traffic on Harmon Road for people trying to cut through from the freeway, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
There'll be
thank
a
you.
gated after-hours entrance back there.
Thank you.
I did want to note they are dedicating, you'll see some right-of-way dedication up at the northwest corner of the plat. They are dedicating right-of-way to help facilitate the realignment of the intersection that we're trying to work with on that other project to the south.
So just, in layman's terms, for people who aren't used to doing development and that sort of thing, when you get to 9.9C, Exhibit C, description of estimated cost, the on-site subtotal, $427,390. That is money from where? Who pays that?
Those are the estimated costs of the public improvements paid to their general contractor. And the city calculates inspection and plan review fees based on that total amount.
But I'm saying, does the city pay that $427,000 or does the developer pay that?
No, sir, he's paying that to his contractors
Thank you.
to build these. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure, because other people come back and watch this video and they may not know about development kind of stuff. I just want to make sure that it's as plain as possible. That's all. Thank you.
The city has no financial skin in this game, if you will.
So it's all coming from the people who are building the building.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any discussion on this? If there's no discussion, we'll entertain a motion, please.
Mayor Halsey, I'll make a motion.
Please.
I'll make a motion to approve the community facilities agreement between the City of Haslet and Hearst Dealership Real Estate LP for the Freeman Toyota of Haslet Edition Lots 1 and 2, Block 1.
Motion has been made to approve the community facilities agreement between the City of Haslet and Hearst Dealership Real Estate LP for the Freeman Toyota of Haslet Additions Lots 1 and 2, Block 1. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous? Thank you, council.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one clarifying question? I apologize. Mr. Anderson, when they put in this water line, will there be any impact to, will they have to shut down any roads of Harmon Road at some point to get the water lines connected and the sewer lines connected?
I'm not aware of any planned shutdowns for the connection of the water or sewer.
Okay, thank you.
But we can make sure we ask that question and get that from their contractor.
I just know what happened over there on Haslet Parkway. And I'd hate for that to repeat on Harmon Road. So, thank you.
9D, discuss, consider, and act regarding payment to the City of Fort Worth for 0.201 acres of permanent meter station site easement and 1.123 acres of temporary construction easement for construction of the Trinity River Authority Haslet 9.58C metering station improvement project at 1504 Westport Parkway. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, sir. Page 254, if you don't mind. This is,
Well, let me ask, go ahead and start off and tell them what the 9.5 metering station is. Then you talk about the rest of it.
it's basically a manhole, believe it or not. So I think we need to go, there we go. Everybody kind of orients where we're at. This is that big drainage ditch. We're just west of Heritage Parkway. You can kind of see in the vicinity map, basically along Buffalo Creek. You'll see the meter station located generally in the center of the exhibit. It's a 6-foot diameter fiberglass manhole, basically. It'll have an ultrasonic flow detection device in there. Flows come from City of Haslet. They're metered through this manhole, and we are billed for those flows from Trinity River Authority. There was an agreement, and this work began in earnest back in 2009, I believe, to get this facility into place. And it's tied to a larger project that TRA is undertaking out in the creek area, runs adjacent to Westport Parkway. And so what we have before you this evening is City of Fort Worth owns this property. We need a permanent easement to be granted to the TRA for the operation and maintenance of this facility. Property was purchased at this location during construction of the airport using federal funds. So it was tricky to come to an agreement between the two entities, City of Fort Worth and TRA, from a legal perspective on the language of the easement. We had to go through a myriad of processes related to the appraisal, reappraisal, re-review of the appraisals. And so what we have before you is a request to write a check for $115,000 for these two easements, one of them being permanent. You'll see the large area basically on the west side, which is a lay-down construction area for use by our contractor and the pipeline contractor for this project. So again, we're paying for this. The City of Haslet is paying for this meter station. That is a requirement for wholesale members to pay for the metering station. Once that's done, it's conveyed over to TRA. We've got a project that we put in a budget of $1.2 million for several years back. You'll see funds remaining for this easement. I'm ready to get this one off our plate. We've been talking about this one for a long time.
Very good. Council, do you have any questions to Mr. Anderson regarding this project?
Yeah, just one mic on this. I mean, once we get this meter station in place, do we foresee any, follow-up work needed on this particular project, say, 2-3 years down the road, or is this going to fix our issue?
So this facility is designed for the ultimate flows of the Buffalo Creek Sewer Basin. So there will be some upstream improvements to the city's gravity collection system that will need to be done. There should not be any improvements necessary at the meter station site itself, because we basically sized the facility for ultimate flows. In the event that there were future maintenance or upgrades desired by TRA, that would be their responsibility to complete those at their expense. Once we go through and do the design engineering report, get that approved, and they approve our design, we move forward with that construction.
Okay, thank you.
For the benefit of everybody, Mike, just go back and recap how this piece plays into.
Your mic, sir.
Thank you. For the benefit of all is go back and just recap how this one piece plays into the overall larger project of TRA upsizing.
In the creek, that large project, or the one we're currently undertaking?
Both. How about that?
Sure. So you'll see, let me see if I've got a good exhibit in here.
Well, if you just verbally describe it.
Yes, sir. So there's a replacement, a parallel interceptor line that TRA's moving into bids for in the spring, and it's to parallel the line that currently exists out north of Westport Parkway along the creek bottom. Okay, this facility will be constructed as a part of that regional project. That line is desperately needed by TRA. They're constantly having overflows and lack of capacity due to all the adjacent development out in Fort Worth that comes through this portion of TRA's system. And so this will provide them with a significant increase in capacity, as well as allow City of Fort Worth to bill and assess flows over from the City of Haslet.
So we're taking an existing line size up to, well, to what line size?
Well, you put me on a spot. I don't have an exhibit. I can't say right off the top of my head what size that TRA line is, but it's a parallel line. I believe it's 18-inch, and I think they're going with at least a 30-inch. Where we tie in behind 405 Westport, the site plan you just looked at, it's a 30-inch line programmed up there.
All right.
So I suspect it's even larger further east, I guess it would be.
So this, in short, this is a regional project, and this is the portion going through Haslet, Texas.
That's correct.
And the users of that line will be both the City of Haslet and Fort Worth. But we need to meter ours, the outflow of ours, so TRA knows how much to charge us.
That's correct.
Because we're not paying for Fort Worth.
That's correct.
And so that is the purpose of the metering station. But it is a much larger, if you remember, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, we're talking about a much, actually it came up in discussion when we had to increase the sewer rates. And why? Because that was a regional issue. Every municipality had to increase their sewer rates. And that was driven by a regional issue, and that plant had to be upgraded. And this line is sized for our ultimate build out, and probably then some on top of that, a safety factor on that. But when this project is finished, as well as our water, our infrastructure is pretty well done as far as water and sewer goes. So just want to give them a brief overview of how this one piece played into the overall project and upgrade of the TRA system. That's your sanitary sewer.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
If you can scroll back, actually, I'll look at everything, that's fine. I'd like to make a motion to approve payment to the city of Fort Worth for 0.201 acres of permanent meter station site easement and 1.123 acres of temporary construction easement for construction of the Trinity River Authority TRA Haslet 9.5 HC metering station improvement project at 1504 Westport Parkway.
Motion is made to approve payment to the city of Fort Worth for the 0.201 acres permanent meter station site easement and 1.123 acres of temporary construction easement for construction of the Trinity River Authority Haslet 9.5 HC metering station improvement project at 1504 Westport Parkway. Is there a second?
Mayor, can we also clarify the funding, the financial that's coming from TRA MS 9.5 HC?
And what, I don't have that exact number written in front of me. What is that number?
You want the budget line item number? Or
We
the
just
100
need
or the
amount.
115?
We just need the amount of payment.
Well,
There it is.
115,000 is the amount, but I'm also saying, and where the money's coming from.
It's out of a budgeted line item, Ms. Lamb.
Correct. I have it, I just wanted to note that in the motion, is all.
I don't have the account number right off the top of my head, but
it's on here.
It's Fund 29.
Yep, 9950,
The
yep.
CO bond issue money.
So I'll second with that amendment.
Do you agree to make that amendment to your motion? Fund 29 for the amount of $115,000.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So is there a second to
I
include the
seconded.
amendment?
Yes.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you, council.
Mayor, can we take a quick, like a 2-minute break? I gotta go get some aspirin.
Yes, sir. Let's recess for, let's go 3 minutes. How about that? How's that 9:38 p.m. recess? Good evening. I reconvene the open session at 9:44 PM. All members of the council are present. Let's go to 9E. Discuss, consider, and act to award contract to Capco Concrete Structures LLC for Schreiber Drive drainage improvements. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. C5, please. Okay, what we have here is our first project in the Haslet Park subdivision as it relates to drainage. We are looking at the intersection of James and Schreiber Drive. And the project we're discussing this evening runs along the northern ditch line parallel to Schreiber Drive. And what we're doing is we are, kind of see down in the profile, we had a series of culverts that were actually draining back the wrong way. We had slopes that would not allow water to make its way over to James and up into the floodplain. And so what this project does is it starts at the top of the hill, plan view right, station 754, and constructs a new shifted ditch line a little bit further away from the pavement. And you'll note down there that we've got a nice consistent flow line of 0.5% from one end to the other. And as we get up to the corner of Schreiber Drive, we've actually had to bury some of that storm drain because of the steepness of the slopes adjacent to the roadway. And you'll see we tie in there at the concrete flume at the bottom of the ditch at the northeast corner of James and Schreiber. So we've got 4 driveways that we're reconstructing. You'll note the gray channel liner. It's a concrete pilot flume along the flow line of the ditch to ensure that we don't have water standing out there anymore, because we are again at 0.5%. This project was funded as stated in the line item here, and we had we had four bids on this project. Capco Structures was the lowest responsive bid at $227,000 roughly. We are asking for 15% to cover materials testing on the project in the event that we have delays or need to move a phone cable or deal with some other things that might pop up during the construction, since we are shifting the flow line over a few feet to the north. We'll go back in and sod up, fix all the sprinklers, replace the driveways as they were previously constructed, and watch out for mailboxes and the edges of pavement, right? Well, that's the project. Yes, sir, you got a question?
Yes, sir. I guess I thought that the drainage was not really in front of the house. I thought it was behind. They went from James to Odessa, like in that area. I thought that's where a lot of the stuff was.
So right off this exhibit here, the drainage does cut through the backyards.
Uh-huh.
We have a study that we're working on right now, and we've applied for some flood infrastructure grant funding to look at the possible solutions for the backyard drainage. We haven't finalized that concept or the cost estimate. This was just one of the easier projects that we had out there that we wanted to get started with.
Okay.
But this will feed into the larger scale drainage projects that we're looking at for the subdivision.
And yeah, and the front of those homes were, yes, completely flooded with water, many of them, so I'm sure they're very excited about this project.
The mayor and I met with them, was that June? And they were all really excited to get going with the project. Yes, ma'am. So it'll be good relief for these folks.
All right, does that wrap up your presentation?
Yes, sir.
And the total project cost is $300,025.90. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's inclusive of your contingency, the construction amount, admin, and inspection. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Anderson? If not, I would entertain a motion,
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
please.
I would like to make a motion to approve the award of the contract to Capco Concrete Structures LLC for Shriver Drive drainage improvements.
And for the amount not to exceed $300,025.90.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Motion is made to approve or to award the contract to Capco Concrete Structures LLC for Schreiber Drive drainage improvements for an amount not to exceed $300,025.90. Is there a second?
I'll second, but can we also add the funding mechanism, which is the Haslet Park Stormwater?
It's at the
Account.
bottom of the page,
Correct.
and that is funding via Haslet Park Stormwater, Schreiber Drive, 01-990-40-16. And that funding, there's a total line item of $326,000 in that line item, so that's more than sufficient. Very good. So is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Item 9F, discuss, consider, and act on proposed interim street repair plan for identified sections of Berry and Odessa Drive, and approve spending authority of the mayor not to exceed $99,250 for the interim repair. And I know that is Mr. Tucker and Mr. Anderson.
This repair plan before you is to address the immediate needs on Haslet Park. These are all the areas that have significant deviation in the pavement. And it's going to be an asphalt repair to remove, stabilize the subgrade and put asphalt in there to make this immediately more passable than it currently is. This, like I said, this is a interim repair. Now the repair sections that are being presented will last. Yes, sir.
Well, there it is. I was going to ask that. You pull that, this drawing to be pulled up.
Yes.
So they'll know what those sections are.
Perfect. I don't know that these are real visible on here, but that one right there. Yeah, so the main section there is on Odessa, and that's the one that's we've shown several pictures of. That will be removing all that asphalt. There's a detail for what that section looks like that engineering has provided to stabilize it. And these repairs are quality repairs that should last, at least 5 years. That's Odessa and then Berry, and then the next exhibit shows 2 minor repairs that Public Works will make themselves. And this is all to provide an immediate, solution for the pavement right now. And that's the reason why this is where the scope is. Mike, did you have anything to add on the?
No, you did good, and I'm sure they're tired of hearing from me. We did get the contractor that's getting ready to start the Fund 20 road improvements to extend his unit pricing for this, which is, if you recall, was the low bid out of, I think, 6 bids that we got for the citywide repairs. These areas have experienced significant degradation since our survey was completed, our assessment survey back in the spring. So we were able to quantify those, get the contractor to agree to extend that unit price and allow Mr. Tucker to get these items completed with a purchase order, separate and aside from the Fund 20 contract that you approved last meeting. So
that was my question. So it is coming from Fund 20?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a reason it's out of that instead of like street maintenance tax? Is this just because that's where the other funds were coming from? Or, yeah, okay.
So James, on this, I know that they're gonna take out the busted up concrete and they're gonna go back in with basically, asphalt. Are they gonna put any kind of sub base down before they put the asphalt? Any
Yeah,
kind
we're
of
gonna
road base or something like that to help support the asphalt?
It's a recycled flex base that they're putting down there, so yeah, it will be a base that stabilizes all that before they put the asphalt on top.
Okay. I don't know who this is to, Mike or James, but what's the update on redoing these 3 roads in concrete? I know this asphalt is a temporary fix until we can get the concrete in, but what's the status on a time frame of, I know that's going to cost $3 million or something like that. Can you give me a time frame on that?
I think it was right at 3 million, maybe 2.7 for these 3 streets. We've got the money allocated for the design. We're working on a proposal from surveying to get that going so that we can give you all an updated concept, cost estimate during your budget cycle coming up later this spring. So I would say under design, if you will, if you had to classify where it's at.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I had a quick question. Homeowners would be made aware of the construction done in front of their homes and alternate routes and everything?
Yes, well, once we, if this is approved, we will get with the affected homeowners. They'll work out, asphalt goes down way quicker. So typically they will come out, they'll cut the pieces. If they're able to in the same day, they'll remove them obviously, but they will coordinate with them. So if there is any kind of driveway displacement, they can arrange to park outside of that. But the asphalt being laid, typically this happens in the same day. So it's drivable. There's no wait or cure time as there would be with concrete.
Very good, council. Unless there's any other questions, it's to you.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed interim street repair plan for identified sections of Berry and Odessa Drive and approve spending authority of the mayor not to exceed $99,250 for the interim repairs.
Motion is made to approve the interim street repair plan and on the identified sections of Berry and Odessa Drive, and to approve spending authority of the mayor not to exceed $99,250 for the interim repairs, and that will come from Fund 20, the transportation sales tax, which has a balance of $410,776.85. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Item 9G, discuss, consider, and act on an agreement to conduct a salary and benefits survey to authorize the mayor to execute the agreement. Ms. Blaylock.
Good evening. As promised, we have the agreement before you tonight. We have met with public sector personnel consultants. We've narrowed the scope. It includes a salary and benefits survey. The salary benefits survey would include not just compensation, but all benefits. It includes your standard insurance, longevity, holidays, vacation, sick, certification pay, incentive pay, and any other benefits. It does include a recommended pay plan per position. The ranges would have a minimum, midpoint, and maximum for each position. They would also include appropriate separation to avoid compression between supervisory and non-supervisory positions, so you don't have somebody who's in a non-supervisory position making more than their supervisor. It also includes a recommended compensation planning implementation and also how to budget for that. The comparator cities are in your packet. We've also presented those last time as well. I know there's been conversations about the staff survey that has been presented as part of budget. I will say that the staff survey, I kind of looked at that. Staff surveyed 75 cities. I would say that typical surveys include 10 to 12. Of those cities, only 5 cities were consistent across 3 departments. Those were Flower Mound, Fort Worth, Keller, and Plano, but not a single city was consistent across any of the 5 departments. They were across all over the state, including Harlingen, Brownsville, El Paso. When you conduct a true salary survey, you want to look at the location of the comparator city, the size compared to your city, job description requirements or responsibilities, and these are all things that public sector personnel consultants will be looking at. When you conduct a salary survey, it's more than just finding a job title. It's actually looking at information and submitting it. It's understanding the data collected. It's determining the average total compensation and comparing it to the specific job with the geographic area to determine the competitiveness. It's determining if we lead, meet, or lag in the market. It's building a pay plan structure. It's recommending an implementation plan to transition to the new plan and the maintenance schedule. I will say professionals in the compensation industry, and especially the one that we've been talking to, they have over 20 years of experience. So this is a very well-versed vendor that we have been speaking with, and it is a very, how do I say this?
They have a high level of expertise.
Yes, thank you.
In doing this. This is a area of study all in and of itself, as such as some discipline of engineering may be. It's a specialty.
So Ms. Babcock,
Yes.
in your recommendation, the ones that our professional staff put together kind of was a little too broad, and whereas it did give the information of the pay, this company will actually have an implementation plan and add benefits?
It will have everything. So I wasn't here when it was done. I can't tell you whether or not they were just looking at titles or if they're actually looking at the job description itself. But it will actually narrow it down and will also be able to give us an idea of where we are competitively. It'll also give us a true pay plan, which it will give us minimum, midpoint, maximums. And like I said earlier, it will give us an idea of how to implement that and how to budget for it. So that we can truly look at our budget and say, if we need to, like we just did with fire, how we can look at that. How can we implement true pay increases moving forward?
What is the time frame for when we would get this information to have for budget
They
workshop?
can do this within 3 months. So we would have this.
Okay, so we'd have it before
Yes, we
budget
would.
workshop in order to plan. So once again, not to take away from the hard work that
Absolutely.
our professional staff did, this adds an additional benefits structure as well as, like I said, implementation of how to actually achieve it.
Yes, ma'am.
And then was this the only, how many people replied? Did bid go out, or you just looked and this was the best package for Haslet?
We looked at 2 different vendors.
Okay.
And this was
This is the one.
this one, they are very well known in the industry.
Right, when I read some of the cities they had done, so, okay, I'll see if I have any other questions.
So, Ms. Babcock, is this something that we would do every year, or is this something we do every 5 or 10 years, or because we've been going along as we have been, so why this, why now, basically? I guess.
I can't speak to why it hasn't been, I know there's one that was done in 2016. I can't speak to why that wasn't maintained before. It is typical to be done every 3 to 4 years. I will say they will give us a recommendation how to maintain it. They also have where they will come in and maintain it for a year as well. So they do have a guarantee in there. But part of it is that they will give us a recommended maintenance plan. So that way we can also maintain it ourselves, and we'll have a recommendation on how to do it ourselves.
So with your background in HR, you feel like this is more in depth than what you could do as an individual?
I'm not a comp person.
Okay.
My expertise is not compensation.
Okay.
I could finagle a little bit. I know enough to be dangerous. So.
I appreciate that. A lot of times I've seen where staff have a recommendation, whether we adopt it or not adopt, whatever the thing is in front of us, but I didn't see any recommendation here about whether we should or shouldn't. Is there any recommendation from the staff about whether we should adopt this or not?
Personally, I would recommend it, yes.
Okay.
I think it would give us a great outline moving forward, and I am a true advocate for true pay ranges, which we don't have.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Babcock, one question. You'd mentioned the fact that this company will provide us some sort of insight. Can you tell us what said insight would be, considering that, I mean, look at the root of what we're talking about. We're talking about a base pay salary. Now, do we truly need to spend citizens' money when we have people on a salary staff that have already committed one? That what you said is kind of the equivalent to saying you're overqualified for a job, which if you're a business hiring a person and you say somebody is an overqualified applicant who's willing to work for the rate you're giving them, and yet you're going to say that, no, I don't want to take you, isn't kind of what we're saying the fact that we have too much information? Granted, it's from our own staff who are professionals, in my opinion, and do we truly need a company to tell us how to pay our people? Is it really that, are we really that behind the eight ball that we have to have a company tell us? Like, are we really that slow that we really need it? Trust me, no, in a minute though, when it comes to this though, you're asking the citizens to spend money on information that we currently have. You're asking the citizens to spend money pretty much to tell us how to wipe, for lack of my crudeness, but this is what this was doing. Like that's the pure nature of this. Like this is how this is really coming to us. Are we really to the point where we need a professional company to tell us how to call people and tell us how to spend money? Like, if that's the case, then, you know, honestly, I would have a lot more faith in this, considering, you know, we have a mayor form of government, which we are at the mercy of whoever's elected to run the city. And with the preeminent city administrator that's going to be taking place, wouldn't it be a lot more pertinent and wise to let a city administrator who has a lot of experience in the market and such, who's going to be coming in to take a position, who will help oversee raises and have a plan for the staff to be able to handle this stuff, which is what a leader of an administration or a CEO of a company does, is they have these things already set in place and done. So they know what they're doing when they do it. But in this instance, we don't have that, so we're going to have a city administrator who's going to be in place shortly and soon. So why should we spend the money on somebody telling us how we need to do our job as a city when we have somebody who we're going to pay to do our job as a city? You understand? Kind of, like, it seems a little bit monotonous that we're spending money when we're paying people to do their job. So if we're paying these said people to do their job, why are we paying people to tell us how to do our job? You understand? Like that's, in a business standpoint, it's a waste of money. In a political standpoint, that's par for the course. I'm not a politician, even though I'm sitting here as one. I still won't consider myself one. So I would take the business approach to this aspect every time and not waste the money when we're already spending money on a resource to be able to do that.
I think I understand what you're asking. Not discrediting what was done before at all. I know they put in a lot of work doing it. I mean, obviously, there were quite a few cities that were surveyed. Having a true pay plan is not just to tell people what to pay people, but it promotes internal equity. It promotes transparency. It makes sure that we're paying people equitably. It's all those wonderful HR things that we need to make sure that we're doing.
So does proper leadership.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I would agree. I would think right now, though, I agree, it's not equitable right now with some people in different positions and titles and getting paid different things. And since this plan is for an addition to just salary, it adds benefits and an implementation plan and maintenance, I feel like it's kind of taken what our own people did and taken it to another level. So I like that aspect of it.
And I'm not saying I'm not saying that we have any inequities.
No, I said that. Okay. I feel like we do have inequities. Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah, what was provided to us before, it's not a big difference, but it seemed like the estimated project cost was $25,000, and now we're down to $20,000.
We narrowed the scope. So we have removed some things, so we've narrowed it down to just certain things that we're looking at.
Okay. I mean, I think, in my stance before was we had staff go out and do these surveys. I fully trust, what staff did. We based some of that on, hey, trying to bump up the firefighters. I think we pretty much know there's a big gap we've got to fill. And I really think this wouldn't be a bad idea to get, a professional organization to go out and get the information so we can see, how big is that gap? And here again, is this, looking at financials and everything we went through with bar graphs the last few meetings, is this hey, can we take care of it at one time and bump it up? Hey, is it a 10% increase, 15, 20, 25? Who knows what it is? Or is it a multi-year faceted approach like, Marcy spoke to us last time about? So I think this would be good. When I look at this list, I would ask that the city of Grapevine be included in the list of cities that they look at, because I'll tell you, a lot of the decisions I look at, I go back and look, what has the city of Grapevine done? I've got contacts there at the city, so I call them all the time to get information, because I look at them as the gold standard on how a city can progress and balance residential and commercial use. And I'd just like to see them be included in the data that's gathered.
We determined this list, so we can easily add that.
And on a separate note, we still are planning to go out for insurance
Yes, we are.
in addition. Okay.
And we're actually going to shop more than one company.
Yes, we are.
We're going to shop like 4 or 5 and give it the good old college try.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
I mean, my thought is, and I think Councilman Morrow mentioned this, I mean, if we can get it done in, 2 or 3 months where we've got data in front of us in time for the budget workshop in July, because I think the budget workshop in July is going to be pretty massive, because, we're going to be looking at wholesale changes in insurance possibly, and then, budget, salary budgets or, hourly pay rates. I think this next budget cycle is going to be pretty key to what's going to move this forward, and, getting these people, Public Works and everybody else, get them up to where people want to come here and work. So, yeah, if we can get it done, 2, 3 months, that's great.
Mayor, there is a email comment on this item.
Please read that.
Okay, this is from Laura Schroederoff at 1195 Wildson Way. And I'm sorry, I probably got that name's pronunciation wrong. I'm not in favor of spending $20,000 on another salary and benefit survey just because the mayor wants it. I haven't heard enough of a reason to redo one. Let the new city administrator weigh in on this decision.
Very good. Are there any other comments that have been submitted? All right then. Thank you. All right, council.
Yeah, just one
Just
other
to-
note, from what I see, in the last 2 years, we've already hit our citizens up with a number of increases. Sewer and water has gone up multiple times in the last few years. And I think at this stage, we know we're going to have an increase. We know we're going to have an increase in insurance coming up again. We already had a 25% increase for this time. And we're going to see a big jump in pay rates. So I think we need to be pretty spot on what we're going to increase those, so we can try to balance it with, current sales or current taxes, and, try to keep it from having to add additional taxes next year instead of just throwing a dart at the wall and picking a number. I think we just got to get real precise with these numbers coming up. Not this year, but for the next year. We just got to start looking down the road a little bit with this.
Mr. Horick, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, let me find the page here.
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve the compensation study of the city to have the employee salary and wage benefit structure. And I guess in the amount of $20,000 awarded to,
We need to mention the name.
Yes. It's Public Sector Personnel Consultants.
okay, public sector, personnel consultants, I see it there. With the funds being, well, it's just total impact cost, project cost of $20,000.
And that would come from the
Contingency
contingency
fund,
fund. A motion is made to approve the agreement with public sector personnel consultants to provide the, to conduct a salary and benefits survey and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement not to exceed $20,000 from and being funded from the contingency fund. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. All opposed? 2 opposed. 3, 4, 2 opposed. Motion carries. Thank you, council. 9H, discuss, consider, and act on $1.5 million budgeted monies regarding staff, insurance benefits, and salaries. So, who requested this item?
It's right there, my name right here, sir. Thank you
All
for
right,
putting this
if
on
you
here.
go ahead and
Yeah, I was
present
just,
that.
I just asked for this. This was brought up by Councilmember Crothers, and I put it on the agenda. He did last meeting, just to make sure that I'm aware and the citizens are aware and council's aware of that 1.5 million that was earmarked or a placeholder, however you want to call it, at the budget workshop in August. And now that the benefits were decided to wait on, and we did the firefighters only at this time, how much was actually spent from that 1.5, and will that money go back into just the general fund, or will that go, where does the money go back into, or is it just kind of absorbed? And how much was the total cost, I guess?
Okay, in with your agenda item, basically what I did was I made an assumption. If I was incorrect making the assumption, please let me know. But I have made the assumption you would remove the $1.5 million and put in place the amount you approved for the firefighters. So there are several accounts that would be affected, several line items that would be affected. So this budget revision would take out the $1.5 million, which was placed in the administrative salary line item in the general fund, and then it would add 9 months' worth of the raises to get us through the end of this fiscal year for the firefighters. And it would affect their line items for salaries, both supervision, operational, Medicare, retirement, and their workers' comp. Actually, we had additional money budgeted that we won't need for that, so remove that. When you take this money out of the budget, then your operating expenditures change, which in effect then changes the amount that's placed in the contingency. So the contingency amount originally was based on the expenditures that included the 1.5, and so that was $10,410,117. And now the new contingency is $9,314,546. So that would change the amount in the contingency by $45,773.
Excuse me.
Go up.
You're calling it contingency. That's a reserve fund. Contingency is a separate item, and it's approximately $1 million, the contingency. What you're calling is the reserve.
Well, it's
not contingency.
okay. The way the worksheet works, it will change the contingency amount.
Well, the contingency may
And it
change.
comes
but
from
it's
the
not-
reserve.
Our contingency fund is not $10 million.
No, the
reserve.
operating expenditures is $10 million.
Okay.
Going down to $9 million.
Right, of that, you were saying contingency.
Well, it affects the amount in the contingency fund, the
Yes.
10%. Yes.
Okay.
I think
Very
we're saying
good. I
the
just
same
wanted-
thing.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just looking at, so it's in the blue right there. You're saying that the contingency balance will change because the operating expenditures is changing?
Yes.
Okay, but and it'll go down, but what was the, and I'm tracking so far, what was the actual, your let's keep going, and then I'll see if you answer my question.
Okay. So we're removing the 1.5 million from the admin line. We're adding an additional 249,100 for all the firefighter items for 9 months left in the fiscal year. And the contingency balance will increase to 931,455. And that's shown as a negative because it's a credit account.
So the actual, what was actually spent was 249,100
Yes,
out of the 1.5 million.
correct.
Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Okay. Thank you for doing that. And so we don't need to, do we need to make any type of motion for an amendment, or, yes, we do.
So, can I just ask some questions?
Please, go ahead.
So, Marcy, back to the general fund overall budget summary that you have in here. The revenues, current budget is 9.3 and projected year end is 10.7, roughly 10.8. But then you go down to expenditures. So where does that 1.5 million impact, expenditures versus,
Okay.
I want to be able to see, is it the fund balance difference of September 30th at the 12.6 million versus 14.8 million? Is that where that 1.5 being pulled back out really shows up in the numbers?
If you'll look up on the first line under expenditures, the administration line, there used to be $1.5 million.
And now it's only
additional to that 717 that's in there.
717.
On the far right column, 717,
Oh,
240.
there. Okay. I'm still looking
Yes.
in the blue. I apologize.
Yes.
So there was another 1.5 million on that line before?
Yes, that has been removed.
So now it's back down to 717.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Marcy, would you direct him to what page to go to? So the audience can see what everyone is speaking about?
Yeah, right there. The top line of the expenditures on the far right column, 717,000. So before tonight and since August, that 717,000 also had in addition to that 1.5 million.
Correct.
That you've now taken back out.
Correct.
So
And
that
then-
impacts the expenditures that are currently 9.3 million. It was 10.8 roughly.
Yes, it was, it's on this sheet. It was 10.4.
Okay.
And then the firefighter line, two lines under the administration line.
Yes, ma'am.
Went up, $249,000.
Okay. And then where did the increase that we approved for the health insurance go? Where is that?
The health insurance, it's also on this budget revision showing that had the amendment that you already approved.
Yes, ma'am.
And it came out of the general fund contingency.
Contingency.
So yeah, that was never out of the 1.5, correct?
That was
absorbed
never out of
that.
the 1.5.
Okay, that's fine.
That was just absorbed. Okay. So now we're back in balance, right? I mean,
Yes.
as far as, we don't have anything sitting out there that's a placeholder. Everything that's on here is actual dollars.
That's correct. And the budget summary would now be what you, if, with the approval of this amendment, it would be the adopted budget.
So at the end of the year, right now, projected, are we positive or are we negative?
You're positive.
And which line is that?
The fund balance, September 30, 12,019,393.
Which is about 600,000 less than last year? 2 columns to the left there?
Yes.
Or are we going off the 14.8?
The 14.8 was a projected for
Projected.
year end.
Okay.
We're working on the audit. I don't have the final end numbers yet.
So we're down about 600,000 at the end of the year from the end of last year projected on this. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Based on revenue versus expenses?
Yes.
Okay.
We're down right now, but the projected is to be more than last year, or how we ended.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're still on track to meet that projection, which
Of
is.
the 14.8 million?
Correct.
Correct.
We're projected to hit that?
We should, yeah.
So we'll be even more positive than that. I mean, than the 12.
Well, the 12 is
that's there.
based on the beginning balance is the 14, so it's based on that. It's assuming that.
Okay. So we're
It's projected.
We're in a positive spot then.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So if we make the amendment, are you taking out 1.5 or the 1.5 minus the 249, 100?
The difference in the general fund will be the net, but the line items will change. So $1.5 million comes out of admin, and the other line items on the budget revision sheet will be adjusted for fire.
Marcy, I think they're looking for words
No, I'm
to
saying, yeah.
propose as a motion.
Can we say
So what
as
numbers
the
would
budget-
they ask?
Can we say as the budget revision presented to us?
Yes.
Okay, unless there's more. Jeremy's okay with that. Okay, good.
Mayor
Do you
Halsey, I
another
have one question for her, if you don't mind, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Lamb, when we were doing all the raises and we were, projecting and discussing, giving the fire department the raises they deserve and such, we had some very explicit graphs that were provided to us with the 1.5 million as a placeholder. Do we have any of those graphs that are showing the city's projected losses for these raises that we invoked now, since we have approved them and we know what the hard costs are, so that we can actually show the citizens what the graph actually is versus the ERP math that's been shown to everybody prior?
Well, when you discussed the firefighter salaries, you were presented a graph to show the increase of 30%.
Yes, ma'am, which included the 1.5 total valuation in that order, that's not the proper math to it. That was confirmed from the mayor when you weren't here at the last meeting. The 1.5 million was still included in the placeholder. Now that we've removed this and we're showing that the balances are actually looking kind of what we expected them to look, they're not far off from that standpoint. Do we have a graph to show that balance, the fund that everyone is paid out of? When we were proposing these raises for the fire department, which are duly needed and deserved, we were showing a graph that was very drastic and showed a very doom and gloom aspect that the city was going to be broke in 3 years. Well, now that we've removed the $1.5 million placeholder and the ERP math can be corrected again, because I understand ERP math and accounting very well, actually, can we please see a graph that shows what the current valuation of these raises actually does to the city? And if there is a deficit that will become over the X amount of years, could we see what that is? Considering, just because we were shown so many drastic graphs that made it look so bad for the city, considering that, to actually pay your people who risk their life for everybody in the city, God forbid we take care of the ones who risk their life for us, and actually pay the people what they're worth.
Councilman Watkins, I'd also maybe suggest that the people we just asked to do our staff and benefit, if they could put something together for that. Can they do that possibly?
Well, their projection, this is actual factual. They wouldn't have access to our data, financial data. This would have to come from Ms. Lamb.
Okay.
Great idea, but
At the last meeting, yes, I wasn't here, but I prepared documents for that meeting. And you did have a graph that showed the proposed 30% raise and the proposed 14% raises. And it also showed, as we had been showing you, the million and the 1.5 million. So you were presented a graph that showed the potential raises. I can't remember off the top of my head if it was just fire or if it was fire plus the 14% for everyone else that was not approved.
it was everything. Yes, ma'am, it was.
But yes, you were shown a separate graph just for the raises. But yes, I can prepare one just for this.
That would be much appreciated. That way we can actually show the citizens what it costs. Because, when we're carrying a almost $3 million overage in that fund and considering that we're adding $300,000 to it, it just boggled my mind that in 3 years the city would be broke over a $300,000 increase when there's $3 million of funds in that account. Plus, we can pull from multiple funds to make it work. ERP math is a very wonderful thing. And I understand accounting very well. So, I would love to see those. And if we could do a new chart to be able to show the public, to show that the raise we gave the fire department is not going to break the city. It's actually just going to take care of the people that risk their life for the people of the city. It would be much appreciated.
What is ERP?
Sir, do you not remember we had a vote a little bit back where we were contemplating before this new council where we were changing our system over to an ERP system? It's a style of accounting that a lot of corporations use to where you track numbers.
What does the ERP stand for, the acronym?
Well, look it up. Tell me.
Oh, you don't know?
No, not right now.
Okay, good. Well, I'm just asking.
Okay, go ahead.
So, to edify us all.
I'll find out for you real quick. Don't worry.
All right.
Just because you don't know what an acronym stands doesn't mean the numbers don't number.
Is there a motion to be made?
Yes, Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget revisions that Ms. Lamb presented in the packet.
Motion is made to approve the budget amendment as
Revisions, budget revision.
budget revision as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's 5-4, so motion's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Lamb.
you, council.
Thank you, Marcy.
Item 9I, presentation and discussion regarding the results of the recently completed Parks and Recreation Survey, including community feedback, participation levels, and potential next steps. That data is still being placed in a report and not available. Once that is placed, this was for the Parks Board, the survey was. It'll be presented to the Parks Board at their next meeting next month, and they'll have their comments and feedback. That'll be incorporated and then presented to the City Council.
Thank you. So there were 101 participants.
There were 101 participants.
Wow. I know, because I looked.
Is
I
that a
looked
lot?
back- No, I looked back, well, go ahead, Mayor Halsey.
Sorry, is that a lot? I don't know how many we've had in the past.
I don't know how many participated. I think the last one was 2019.
I have it. It was 2021. It was 170 participants. So, yeah, that's kind of disappointing that there were less 5 years later.
Out of 5,000 people, we have a little over 100. That's pretty sad. It's pretty sad.
But we'll listen to, hear what they have to say. Go from there.
So thank you. All right then, 9J, reconsideration of Resolution 008-2025, a resolution repealing Resolution 012-2022. The repealing the resolution that went to TxDOT stating that the city, which they did, now, response on that, you know of the petitions that were sent or taken. One was over 500, the other one was over 600. And the resolution, the council did a resolution to reflect the sentiment of those folks to TxDOT and stating that the city desires a 4-lane divided roadway in lieu of 6. And TxDOT had, in speaking with them, the data that they had provided on their 6-lane design did not support, according to traffic engineers, a 6-lane boulevard or a 6-lane roadway. What it did support was 4 lanes. And to repeal this and thinking that that's going to take the handcuffs off of TxDOT and get design under the way is not true. I know I have sent out data, it was in a council packet not long before, that TxDOT has, recently updated their site and stating that, well, FM 156 through Haslet, Texas is not on our 10-year plan, and it's at least 14 years out. Well, again, I'm like everybody else. That's intolerable. There are ways that the city, we can step that up, but that's TxDOT's site. You know, TxDOT themselves, the people that work here locally, they probably would like to get it built sooner, but that is driven from the one is the North Central Texas Council of Governments and also the Transportation Commission in Austin, Texas. Those are the people that have got to be spoken with to drive that any sooner. Too often we focus on the TxDOT personnel that work in the local district. Well, they are assigned what projects to do and the funding that goes with it. So the repeal of this is counter to what many citizens desire. What they desire is an improved roadway. They can carry more than one lane. That's what they want. That's what I want. That's what you want. That's what everybody wants. But what's to be accomplished by repealing a resolution that was sent to TxDOT, 3 years ago?
Are we doing public comments first, or are we going to discussion?
Is there any comments that's submitted on this item?
Yes, we do have 2 emails that were submitted.
Please go ahead and read them.
Let's see, we have Laura Schlotteroff, 1195 Wild Center Way. I object to your objection of Resolution 008-2025. If you were to do another petition right now, the results will be very different. You're not honoring the current voice of Haslet citizens. Stop wasting your staff's time, council's time, and citizens' time. And this is Shannon Cargill, 211 Tamiami. I'm writing in response to the mayor's statement sorry, it's been a long day. The mayor's statement of objections concerning resolution number 008-2025, which seeks to repeal resolution number 012-2022. After reviewing the mayor's letter, I respectfully submit that the objections presented contain a misstatement and do not accurately reflect the position of the majority of Haslet residents. Key points of concern: misrepresentation of resident sentiment. The mayor's letter asserts that repealing resolution number 012-2022 honors the petition of the people. However, the petitions referenced were submitted in December 2021 and do not represent current community sentiment. Since that time, significant feedback has been gathered indicating that most residents do not support the enactment, including myself. Additionally, when the petition was circulated, it was not disclosed to residents that by signing the petition that they essentially alienated TxDOT from doing any expansion on 156. The assertion that TxDOT schematic design from 156 will have deleterious effects on the safety, health, and well-being of the residents of the city of Haslet is unsupported. No empirical evidence, technical analysis, traffic safety study, health impact assessment, or peer-reviewed research has been presented to substantiate this claim. In the absence of data done by the city of Haslet, such as collision modeling, speed-related risk analysis, pedestrian-bicycle conflict studies, air noise exposure estimates, or emergency response time impacts, the statement is speculative and cannot serve as a credible basis for policymaking. Best practice and professional standards require that conclusions regarding public safety and health be grounded in documented methodology and measurable findings by TxDOT. Until such evidence is provided and subjected to public and expert review, the claimed deleterious effects should be given no weight. Lastly, I'm disappointed that this is on the agenda again. This has already been reconsidered and failed by our council. I encourage and support our council doing the same. And I also encourage the mayor to stop putting this item on the agenda.
Do we have any other comments to read?
Not on this item.
All right, very good.
May I just ask a couple questions?
Sure.
So when you mayor, go to consider the expansion or not expansion of 156, you talk about TxDOT a lot, but you're also on the Regional Transportation Council for the North Texas Council of Governments, is that right?
Yes.
And when did you get on that council?
It must have been 4 to 5 months ago.
Okay. Are you aware that they have a regional transportation plan?
Yes, I am.
So are they as a body, do they have more authority than TxDOT to direct what regional transportation programs get done?
No, they have input.
Input? I just am having trouble reconciling in my mind some things that I learned recently. I'm on their email list from the North Texas Council of Governments, and as anybody can, me, not because I'm a councilman, just anybody can sign up for the email newsletter. And over Christmas break, I saw an email back in December that I had a chance, because I had a few minutes over Christmas break to read up on some things. And one of their documents is called Mobility 2050 from the North Texas Council of Governments.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the document?
Yes.
Well, I was really interested to find in there that their regional transportation plan talks about all the roadways, all the freeways, all the major arterials, all of those things. And I actually found Blue Mountain Road, I found 156, I found Avondale Haslet, I found 287, I found 35. So what I found on there is the regional transportation plan for 2050, which is the North Texas Council of Governments plan from now till 2050 in North Texas. They're advocating $270-something billion be spent by TxDOT to improve all the roads in DFW and the greater area. And one of those roads on there was 156. And everywhere on there, every time they list a road or a freeway or whatever it is, it says, these are the lanes it has now, and these are the lanes that we recommend for 2030, for 2040, and for 2050. And 156 is very clearly on there that says it's 2 lanes now, and Regional Transportation Council, of which you are a director, says 6 lanes are recommended, and 6 lanes are recommended, and 6 lanes are recommended. So
Why is that difference? Why do I say 4?
Don't you?
Is that what your question?
Don't you?
I mean, is that what your question is?
Yes. So I'm just having trouble. It was an interesting thing for me to see that you're on a council that advocates 6.
I spoke to a senior person,
but
I'll leave his name out of it right now, at the North Central Texas Council of Governments, a senior person there, with regard to FM 156, and he stated that 6 lanes would not ever be needed. So that might be that difference between what's in that report and what I'm bringing the message to.
This is a mobility plan that's put together by an entire council that's looked at over a long period of time and a lot of data put together, and they're directing money to go to
then I
expand
suggest
certain roads.
you make a motion to repeal it, or to approve the repeal.
We already have, sir.
Or do it again.
Okay. I'll make a motion, and we can have a discussion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we continue to not consider this second reconsideration, and to confirm what we have previously done, where we repealed this resolution.
Mr. Page, is this even valid since we've already done this one time?
So the resolution number 008-2025 was reconsidered at the December 15th meeting. At that meeting, the resolution was approved by the council. And so as a result of the council's vote on that date, that resolution went into immediate effect. And so it is just awaiting signature, either from the mayor or without the mayor's signature by the city secretary attesting to the council's approval. So there's no further action required by the council at this time on this resolution.
You know, I bring up another topic. I find it very interesting. So this whole, this resolution, why it's back on here, is because the mayor doesn't agree with repealing it.
You
And
had your
that
shot
is-
once.
And that is
You'll
in
get
the
one
local
shot.
government code. I believe this is chapter 41, Mr. Page, approximately.
Our
in
city
there.
attorney just said this is
Excuse
dead.
me,
So the
you're
fact you're still
interrupting,
speaking is
Mr.
irrelevant, sir. You're
Watkins.
wasting our time
Excuse me.
again. You got a gavel. Good for you. Proud of you, buddy.
Yes.
Way to go, guy.
Yeah. So, that your interpretation as you're counseling you give counsel to the city council here, is that the word will at the end of that means the word shall. Now, the Texas, or the government code, chapter 311, instructs us all, or instructs you and all the rest of us how to interpret that. Now, if there is a point of misinterpretation or not knowing what a word means or what the intent of the legislature was, it clearly states who is able to do that interpretation. And it's a judge, not a city attorney.
So is there a motion on the table? Mayor Halsey?
Excuse me, Mr.
So
Page?
that is purely your interpretation. That's not law.
Mr. Mayor, why
Mr. Page.
Mr. Mayor,
Excuse me. No, I've asked a question to Mr. Page.
So I'll direct the council to my prior communication dated September 22nd, 2025, where I go into detail of my analysis that was backed up by the attorneys at my firm in TML. And I just don't think it would be appropriate for me to share further guidance at an open meeting as to my advice.
Okay, again, council, understand that's advice. That's not law. That's not a court interpretation of what the word will means.
I know you haven't
Mr.
ruled
Mayor.
yet, right? Once you rule, then we can know what the law is, right, Gary?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Page, can I ask, what would be the appropriate motion to make to continue the way we have with repealing that initial resolution?
If you wanted to take action tonight, it would simply be to approve resolution number 008-2025. And that would, again, override the mayor's motion for reconsideration.
Could
For
we
the
also
third
move
time.
to strike it and just not vote on it?
Yeah, no action is required, so.
How do we get the previous motion that was passed in the December council meeting, how do we get that signed and implemented?
So I will send that over again to Katrina for her signature. How we've been doing these that are being passed over the mayor's objections, it just is being attested to by the city secretary. However, we could have, if the city secretary's office would prefer it, we could have the mayor pro tem sign in lieu of the mayor. Either option would be available.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're being ill-advised.
Mr. Mayor.
Page does not fully understand what he's saying.
Mr. Mayor.
Where was
Go
your
ahead,
bar?
Mr.
When did you
Page.
pass the bar, Mr. Mayor?
If we have the
When did
option,
you
I'd
pass the
rather
bar
make a
in Texas?
motion.
Because last time I checked, you weren't an attorney. And so the fact for you to sit here arrogantly and give advice to an attorney is beyond wasting everybody's time at 10:45 at night
It's
on the
not
third
being
time you've already done
arrogant.
this.
Mr. Page does take advice
Mr.
at
Mayor.
times, doesn't he?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
When something passes and then you veto it, do you really think that we need to go back and forth, back and forth? That's not how government works. You can't take something and veto it, and then we pass it, and you veto it again, we pass it, you veto it again.
Have you read the state law? Did you read the law?
Have you read King Gary's law? Because King Gary law is in effect tonight for
No,
everyone
have
in the
either one of you
IBC.
read
King
this?
Gary's law is going on tonight.
Have either one of you read this?
You think that
Yes or no? Easy answer. Question.
Read what?
State statute.
Oh, yeah, it's about the mayor can object to an ordinance or
Yes.
resolution.
Have you read
Right,
it?
Yes,
right,
sir.
but you
I
can't.
read the city attorney's response to your
So
response,
you
and
haven't
him
read it,
is
and
being
you're
the
authority.
bar,
But you-
bar person, certified person on this council. I'm going to take his advice over yours, Gary.
I'm just stating that I've read it. I've read the guidance on the interpretation of these. I've read the guidance from the legislature on who gets to interpret these things, and it's not a city attorney.
Mayor Halsey, there is a, Robert's Rules, there is a motion on the table, and there has been. So I will.
But there's been discussion here too,
With that, we
which
need to
is
make-
allowed
so
under
not-
Robert's rules.
So it's.
So I'd like to call the
I'll
question.
second.
So you're calling the question?
Yes.
The question's being called, but first, so everyone understands that, that means discussion ceases, and we go back to the main motion. First, we have to have a vote on to call the question. Is there a second to call the question?
A second.
All in favor? All in favor? It's unanimous. Okay, go back to the main motion is to, I believe the main motion was not to reconsider the Resolution 08-2025. Is that correct?
The main motion was to
Mr.
reapprove Resolution
Mr.
008.
Crowther's made it, so I'll defer to him.
So what is the motion?
Councilmember Crowther's made the motion.
What is the motion?
I just want to make sure it means we are not approving your objection, correct?
That's Jeremy.
So what is your motion?
Because we have the
Repeat your
option to
motion.
do nothing.
That we are
or
not
to-
reconsidering our vote from December.
Okay, the motion is not to reconsider the vote on this resolution. Is there a second?
Yes.
Is there a
I'll
second?
Second.
All right,
Again.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the motion was, and it passes 5-0, not to reconsider. Item 9K, reconsideration of Resolution 013-2025, a resolution censoring the mayor concerning council requested agenda items. So in there, you have, one, my statement of objections. Also, you have a table in there of all the requested items since, in fact, for this last calendar year, from January to December. And there you had, there were 40 requests. 25 were put on as requested on the date requested. 2 were removed by request. And I believe it is, was it 7? There was no clear particular date when it was requested, but it did go on the agenda. And so that left 7 that's in question that I took. They either, some of that was spent in consultation with Jeremy Page about the items, or getting staff and materials together to put it on the agenda. So we're talking about 7 items very specifically. So it's to you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So I had a question about the chart. You said you're calling it a chart. It was sent out Friday, correct? Friday after 5 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think it was, Ms. White sent it out Friday at 5:11. So I looked at it over the weekend, and I found that there was quite a few discrepancies on items that weren't on there, or items that were unclear. For example, this very first one, and I only looked at myself, and it took, who put this chart together? Let me ask that first.
I'd have to ask Ms. Babcock.
I put together, since I've been here, and I requested assistance from Vista and Katrina for.
So the three of you put this together, okay?
Yes, but
this
this is not, I think whenever it attached, the formatting is very odd.
It is wrong, because when I went to print it myself, it blanked it, so I have the correct one, I know. Yeah, that's not correct, because it doesn't have the check marks. But I just wanted to say,
This is not the right one.
no, it's the right chart. It's just that when you go to print it, it has an error, and so it takes off some of the checks and the boxes.
Yes,
somehow
yeah,
because of the
you're
formatting.
right.
But I want to thank you first off, because just myself looking at just my color purple took over 2 hours to pull the emails and to print them off and to assess. So thank you three, especially since I mean, it wasn't in the packet Tuesday, so that's 3 days and a lot of work. So I appreciate y'all's work. That seems like a lot of extra work, but thank you. And I do not mean to disregard the work you did, but if this is out for public consumption, there's quite a few things that are incorrect. And I'll just point out the first one here. It says date request received 2/18, and then it says unknown what meeting was requested, and that wasn't on the agenda, but I have the email, right in front of me, that says, in accordance with City Council, we all know the procedures 1.03001, I would like to place the following future agenda item on the March 3rd council meeting. So, and then it wasn't. It actually was, but then it was an update, not action. I also noticed that as well on mine, and I think it's kind of strange because it is just mine. I know Councilmember Watkins was withdrawn, and I think Councilmember Carruthers was withdrawn, but on mine, my request versus what actually happened changed a lot. So do you want me to go through and talk about the errors, or if this is going to go out, like I said, for the public and the citizens, it needs to be correct. I'll keep going. So the next one says unknown down there. Let me see. It's on the left. Yeah, unknown what meeting, Metroport Chamber, unknown requester. But once again, I have an email sent to you, Mr. Halsey, and the attorney for Monday, May 3rd, to be placed on the March 17th council meeting. So a lot of this, like I said, it was information y'all were probably grabbing from lots of different areas, and I apologize that y'all had to do that. And then I have an email from the lawyer that was the first time I had contacted, maybe not the first, but the one I printed off. It was in 2025, asking about the procedural issue, about my oral and written request, the failure to place my agenda item on the agenda. And that was sent March 15th of 2025. So this censure is not a personal thing. It's not about how, I think you mentioned in your objection how we treat each other or how we act. It's clearly in my mind, black and white, that local government code requires you to follow city ordinances, and I'm also very solution-based. If our city ordinance is putting undue stress on our staff, we need to look at changing it. It says one city council member is allowed a minimum of one item, period. I mean, it can't be taken off by anybody. So if it's changed or it's taken off, that is a violation. If we need to look at this procedure, then we can do that. But it is a violation of local government code, period. So.
Understood. Understood.
I had one other question on, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
On number 3, you had said, can you scroll up to the objection, please? I want to make sure I have it. Yes. Number 3 says that, keep going up, sorry. I can find it on mine. Right, no, sorry. This one, the council has no regard for the administrative staff's effort and time providing supporting information and documentation to inform all council members. I try to have regard for the administrative staff, and I was just curious exactly who the administrative staff was you were referring to, exactly.
All members.
Every single person that works for the city of Haslet.
All members in the 4 walls of City Hall, that administrative staff.
So everybody, okay, because I didn't know if I could have an opportunity to talk to all of them individually to see what I could do to help them if the 10 days was not a sufficient time. I'm here to make this easier and better because it is our right as a council member to list one item, and the fact that things, for me anyway, are not put on, they're changed from action to update, there's no response, is unacceptable.
Yes, in the ordinance that you're referring to, it does state that a council member is entitled to one item. It doesn't say on a very specific date either.
Yes, it does. It says, preferably by email, at least 10 days prior to the date of the meeting, we should notify to include the date of the city council meeting at which the mayor desires the item to be listed.
Desires.
And it says, and then after that, when a topic has been specifically requested, neither the mayor nor the city staff may remove that topic from the agenda.
But also, it states the date desired.
So we say we want an agenda item posted on that 10 days later, we want it posted on there, you can say, nope, it's going on 6 months from now?
We make every effort to do it.
Right, and I've also said
And
before.
from the majority of all of those, we have. But if there are times or reasons administratively.
Then an email, a phone call would be greatly appreciated versus just crickets. And then the packet gets released and I look for my item and nothing is there. Or it's a timely matter that needs to be placed and it's still not put there.
That would make better
That would
for you?
make it seem a little bit more courteous, I guess. I still think it's a violation of the local government code, but it would at least be common courtesy to let me know that it's, or let us know it's not gonna be on that agenda item, or that agenda. It's gonna be placed on this meeting.
Future agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
We can do that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I believe at least one or more of us every week, every city council meeting, we specifically tell Crystal, Marcy, Katrina, whoever is over there, that we are very appreciative of all the work they've done. I don't think we've bashed them, and so you're telling us that we are not appreciative of the people in the four walls of this building. I can't tell you one time that this council has sat up here and said that we are not appreciative of the work they've done. So,
Well, no, you haven't said that.
So you just said we are not, that's what you say right here.
I didn't
So-
know. What you're saying is that you've never said, we don't appreciate you. You never said that to them.
We're happy with the work that they're doing. So this number 3 says we have no regard for them.
So-
I think is a pretty much slap in the face to the city council that, for what you say.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, you don't have any regard.
Well-
It's lip service.
I'm going back to
Okay.
the word desire. You're saying that since it says the meeting in which the member desires, that means you get to desire whether it's on there or not?
No, we'll make every effort to fulfill that.
I'm just reading this again, yeah. It says this notification should include the date of the city council meeting at which the member desires, asks the item to be listed. And then once it's been specifically listed, no one can take it off. I guess I'm just, to me, it's pretty.
Maybe that's an ordinance change and we can reword it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was thinking.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to,
Mayor, we have
Speaker
emails.
oh, sorry.
You got speakers to this?
Well, we have emails.
You have emails?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read the emails. And in the future, when we get on that item, let us know that you have comments prior.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
It's kind of hard to get a word in when you.
I know, but you just got to be aggressive sometimes.
Oh, sure. Do you want to do that now since you're here? Okay. The first one is from Laura Schlotteroff, 1195 Wild Center Way. Mayor Halsey's interference with HCEDC Type B Board's agenda during the spring and summer of 2025 contributed to the removal of 2 of our board members and the resignation of 2 other board members. He changed/added or ignored requested items on our agendas on April 23rd, June 4th, July 23rd, without any communication with the board president. Stop wasting your staff's time, council's time, and citizens' time. I applaud the city council for hanging in there. We are almost there. You all have had to redouble your efforts to keep this machine of government moving. I support you all, and I thank you for supporting the HCEDC Type B Board and any board that goes to you for your help. The next item is from Joel Bullard at 108 Hurley Street. I strongly oppose Agenda Item 9K. The mayor was voted into his position by us, the citizens of Haslet, just because the current council continues to embarrass themselves by acting like elementary kids and can't get along with the mayor does not warrant censuring of the mayor. How about all of you try working together for us, the citizens? You'll get more done. The next one is from Shanna Cargill. I am writing to express full support for resolution number 013-2025, which calls for the censure of the mayor concerning council requested agenda items. The objections raised by the mayor in the letter dated December 26, 2025, fail to provide a valid basis for overturning this resolution and in fact reinforce the need for accountability and adherence to the city's code of ethics and conduct. Reasons supporting censure: 1, failure to uphold core values and professional standards. The mayor's objection to the recitals of the resolution dismisses the importance of elected officials, setting an example of respect, integrity, and professionalism. These recitals are not mere formalities. They represent the foundational principles of public service. By disregarding these expectations, the mayor undermines the trust and confidence of both the council and the residents of Haslet. Number 2, neglect of responsibilities regarding agenda transparency. The mayor's failure to ensure timely posting and communication of agenda items compromises transparency and public participation. This responsibility is critical to maintaining open governance and ensuring that all council members and residents have adequate opportunity to review and discuss matters before action is taken. Number 3, disregard for administrative and informational duties. The mayor's objection to providing supporting documentation and information further demonstrates a lack of commitment to collaborative governance. These duties are essential for informed decision-making and for upholding the principles of accountability and efficiency in city operations. Conclusion, the mayor's objections do not refute the facts that led to the censure. Rather, they highlight a pattern of conduct inconsistent with the City Code of Ethics and the expectations of elected leadership. For these reasons, I strongly urge the council to reaffirm Resolution Number 013-2025 and uphold the censure as a necessary measure to protect the integrity of our local government. Thank you for your attention and dedication to ethical governance. And then Ms. Grace.
My name is Stephanie Grace. I live at 1406 Poppy Drive. We unequivocally condemn the selective censorship of the mayor for the perceived grievances, while you simultaneously overlook the blatant disregard for the proper etiquette exhibited by other council members during their tenure on the city council. Board members were dismissed for vulgar language, yet other city council members have openly used vulgar and foul language without facing any repercussions. This is an outrageous double standard that should not be tolerated by the citizens of Haslet. And that is the email I sent in. I would like to add, it was very apparent if you guys go back and watch, because I wasn't able to get here the first part, and I watched the bullying, the yelling by the city council member, Watkins, when the rest of you are kind of looking down. No one holds each other accountable. If you're gonna try to censor one person, you need to censor yourselves. I've emailed all 5 of you. Some of you don't respond, and that's fine. But it's becoming embarrassing. It's becoming a waste of everyone's time, and nothing's getting done. So I don't know what you're saying. If you would like to speak, you can speak louder.
No one's talking to you. Keep on. Continue, please.
You were talking. You interrupted.
Be respectful.
I'm not speaking to her. She can finish her speech.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Slaughter.
So again, please watch yourself on this meeting, and please hold yourself up to a standard that we all expect as residents of the city, that we all work hard to have our homes, to live here, and I think you need to hold yourselves as council members accountable to your actions. Thank you.
And sorry, Ms. Grace, wrong name. Do we have any other emails? Anybody online?
No.
All right, very good. All right, was there a motion? There was a motion on
No.
this?
I did have one. I want to look at this one more time because to me, I don't know if it needs to be I'm trying to decide whether to have a future agenda item to adopt to change this. But A says a member of the city council is entitled to have a minimum of 1 item listed on the agenda for each meeting of the city council. So explain that to me.
What means what it says?
So each meeting, I'll just talk for myself, can have 1 item listed. But you're saying,
You're entitled to that.
according to our ordinance
Yeah.
that was adopted in 2014, but you're saying you don't have to put it on there? If it's not ready, or if you said something about it doesn't have to go on that meeting date you request.
Okay, it says, and in that, you're entitled to have one. And
For each
further,
meeting.
you can also put the meeting date desired.
It says you should include the date of when you want it on there. So
if we're
tell
not
me,
able to put it on there because materials can't be prepared in soon enough.
I mean, I can, if I start bringing my
Or if I
own
have a
materials.
legal question with regard to the attorney, because
Right.
he does have other work to do, so he's not able to get to me right away.
But it still could be placed,
But-
but it doesn't say any of that on here, that unless the mayor needs legal counsel, or unless the staff needs time to get information, none of that is on here. It just says, when a topic has specifically been requested, neither the mayor nor the staff may remove that topic from the agenda, and we're entitled to have one for each meeting. So I guess I'm just confused of why you're saying it might not be on the meeting we request, each meeting.
Well, as, Mr. Page will tell you, I call him quite often and confer on most all of these items. I take it very seriously. And, but ultimately, Mr. Page says, well, Mayor, it's your prerogative to put it on there or not.
But it's not, because the ordinance says neither the mayor nor the city staff may remove that topic from the agenda.
Nonetheless, we make every effort to put it on there.
And
so what do you want me to say?
I want you to say that Councilmember Morrow, when anybody in this council requests an item, which is their due right, based on the city ordinance
Yes, ma'am.
103001, it will be placed on the agenda. If it follows these ABC guidelines, it'll be on there.
If we are capable of doing so.
I think the way I'm hearing this play out, it could be placed on the next agenda item. If the data is not ready, the item is not ready to be fully discussed, just a courtesy to the council member that asked it, there could be an agenda item that says, this agenda item requested last meeting for, XYZ, data is not ready at this time, with discussions with city attorney, finance director, or whoever, will be continued forward. Just, it doesn't have to be discuss, consider, and act, but just information saying, we are looking at it.
And it does make the
will be,
agenda.
it will be a future agenda item.
Well,
to be discussed.
that's a suggestion. And it's very much like we did with the park survey. It's not ready to put out.
That's
And so,
fine.
but it was on the agenda, and.
And that was
well,
acceptable, I think.
it's on there, but we make the disclaimer, we could put it in the
Right.
report. The information or data is not ready for
Right,
discussion.
I'm okay with that, so as
But-
long as it gets put on there, but then, yes, I think that still honors the integrity of the
I think that's
ordinance.
the professional courtesy that we keep asking for, just.
Well, it
put the
just
information out
had
there.
not been thought of, Mr. Ward.
Well,
And, Mr. Page, nor I thought of it, to put it on that way. But we certainly will take that advice and we'll do that.
I think most times when we send in an agenda to you, to Mr. Page, to administrative staff, 4 or 5 people that we email, if there's PDFs, or there's stuff that needs to go on with us, we send that. So when you're saying, well, we don't know if it can, then send an email and say, hey, it's not that hard.
Well, okay, very good. I get it.
Mayor Halsey,
I
one question
get
for
it.
you, sir.
Yes.
There was one instance on here a few months back when I think multiple council members requested an item, but yet you canceled the city council meeting saying that there was no city business to handle. And this was in lieu of the crossing guards for the schools, which was a month behind schedule, so canceling that didn't affect that. There was, the city administrator position was on there that you didn't want, so you didn't want that to go through, so you just went ahead and canceled the meeting. So
Don't forget
where's
the
your
trash contract.
where's your
That's not true.
excuse for that? Well,
That is not
If there's
true.
multiple council members that request agenda items for the council meeting that's scheduled, and that you take the liberty to cancel the meeting to say there was no city business.
Agenda items.
So
for
a
that
council
meeting.
member legally requests an agenda item. Multiple council members request an agenda item, but yet you take it upon yourself to decide that there's no city business because you don't deem what we want to do as valuable, sir. And that is the whole point of this censure.
Okay, well,
And if you look on your little chart that you made us, there was
pull
a
up
time
those
previously.
requested items.
Can I finish, sir?
On that particular
Can I
meeting.
finish?
Well, we'll wait a
Can I
long
finish?
time till you finish. I know that.
I'm just trying to be like you when I grow up. So on your chart, it also shows there was a previous time, the one time that I removed an item, it was a previous censure review for this same thing, sir. And we removed it because you told us you were going to be better about this. You weren't going to do this to us anymore. You weren't going to do any of this
No, it's
stuff,
because
right?
you requested 3 items and you realized it. Oh,
No,
I'm
I
going to
didn't.
take this one
No,
off.
I
You requested something else.
No, I didn't. You
Yes,
just
you
put, I
did.
pulled it back.
But
yeah,
nonetheless.
I requested the crossing guards, which you were working on since February of last year and never got done before school time because you have such great timing and respect our kids that much. Obviously, you don't have kids that go there, but I do. So I respect our kids that much. And so, yes, sir, I did remove my censure of you because I tried to give you a little bit of grace, but obviously I see where that got me. And giving you grace goes about as far as you can
You know,
throw
I
some
am at
things.
a loss for words. It's hard to talk to ignorance.
How do you look in the mirror?
No, well, I'm looking at ignorance.
Thank you. I appreciate that. When I be like you.
So, anyway, is there a motion on the table? Or,
Can I please make a motion, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, make a motion.
To approve Resolution 013-2025, a resolution censuring the mayor concerning city council requested agenda items.
So the reconsideration of resolution is to approve Resolution 013-2025. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. Boy, what a surprise. All right, then. I wanted to ask, that was all about ethics and courtesy and politeness, et cetera. Man, I forgot all the big words you used, Mr. Carruthers. And was there anything in there about council members as a quorum driving around the city in their RTVs? Was there anything in there about council members deliberately operating businesses that are violated by, knowledgeably in violation of city ordinances? Is there anything in there about a council member saying, what was that word you used? 2-letter A, F and what? What was that you called? Yeah, you did. It's witnessed by a number of people. Anybody listen to the YouTube? Yeah, you did. So you're not liable, and every one of you council people know that, but you removed an EDC member because he said the word BS, but the privilege here can get away with saying FNP. Is that right?
Oh, no, sir, I didn't say anything like that.
Yes, you did.
He did not get removed because he said that to Mr. Swanky. and You
Yes,
know
he
that.
did.
He did not. There was
He
multiple
did.
other
Can we have
things.
order,
He
please?
did.
Can we have order, please?
We can have order.
Can we go to the executive session so we go to the next
Excuse
item?
me. We're in discussion right now.
Okay, then I'd like to discuss.
The item is
So
done.
I'm making the comment, and
I have
you
a
want to argue.
response, Mr.
And it's
Mayor
true
Halsey.
fact. So you're hypocrites, all of you. None of you are innocent of yourselves, of anything. And you're chiding me because I can't get 7 of them on the agenda when you want it.
11 were marked on the chart.
All right, so you got the wrong chart. Whoever
I just have the
published
one-
this thing needs to check it again. But anyway, nonetheless, it's
was-
been motioned and seconded. The motion is unanimous, or it passes unanimously. All right, I will recess this open session at 11:17 p.m., and I will meet you in the boardroom in 10 minutes.
Guys. Mayor and James.
Yeah, they're adults, and I'm not in charge.
Oh, touch me. He talked to me, sir. He touched me.
Oh,
He touched me. Mr. Mayor, you're very close on a very, very close line, sir.
Y'all got it.
Very close line.
Y'all got it.
Both of you.
All right. Take a deep breath.
Yes, sir.
Doug, your mic's on.
Doug, your mic's on. Doug, your mic's on.
So it's been recessed.
howdy.
Test, test.
Sir, your mic.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There is I call the open meeting back into session at 11:53 PM. All council members are present. Consider to take any action from the executive session, so there's no announcements? None?
No,
You're raising your hand.
I got a question about future agenda item.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
All right, so there's no announcements from the executive session. All right, future agenda items.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I was curious about, don't we have some future agenda items that need to be on there from the EDC Type B board?
If they are scheduled, and there are certain actions EDC boards have to do. I believe it's at the council's request is reconsidering a resolution about, I think, going from concrete to asphalt.
And just to,
And that's contingent upon them doing their work, then you'll see it. What else?
Mayor Halsey, I have one thing, sir.
Yes.
I would like to, remind me of the terminology, Mr. Page. I would like to untable an agenda item that this council tabled back, and it's in regards to the renting of the public parks.
Yes.
For the $75 fee. I would like to bring that back onto the agenda item at our next council meeting.
Very good.
As if you recall, the tabling was in the opportunity to give HSA the time to give us their schedule. So if they have not provided their schedule by now, then I believe the council should make a decision regardless of what they have, because they've had ample time to provide the documents to us.
like 4 months.
Very good. All right. So this is park rental fee is what you're speaking of.
Yes, sir, correct. It was a previous item we did. Don't remember the exact date, but it was for the $75 rental fee for the park fields.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I know what the Arrowhead edition is. We talked about that earlier. But
And
what's
you'll send
the?
us an email on that?
Yes.
I know what the Arrowhead edition is. We talked about that earlier. But can you clarify ordinance calling the 26th general election? Is that just talking about it? What's that?
It's an ordinance that we have to, it's mandated by state election code. We have to issue an ordinance calling the election.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. So, all right, meeting's adjourned at 11:56 PM.
This conference is no longer being recorded.